Great. Thank you. Thanks all for joining. So let's start this awesome event. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone from all parts of the world who have registered for the great event happening today. Hope you and your family are doing safe in COVID times. Our best wishes are with all of you. Today, we are having a lovely and unique event around the testing community. So, if you guys want to know how testing has evolved post pandemic, then you are in the right place. We'll go all over it throughout the day and give lots of insights to you. Along with some great talks, we have a power-packed panel discussion themed around post-pandemic testing world, moderated by Sameer Nagpal, CBO at Infovision, and co-moderated by Mukund Wangikar, Vice President at Infovision. I'm sure it will add a flavor and also provide you deep insight into the testing community and the world. Now, to begin with, let me introduce myself and the company to you. So, my name is Nitin Naveen, and I'll be your host for the day. I'm working as Vice President Innovation and Strategy at AI CodeSpot. Further, I have been joined by my colleague Arvind and Naveen, who will also assist me in keeping the event lively and resolving technical glitches if it comes in between. So thanks a lot to them for putting in such a hard work and making this one a huge success. We'll try to provide a seamless experience to all of you so that you can gain maximum output out of the same. Let me provide a brief background to all of you about AI CodeSpot. We started last year, backed up by our Infovision, who is our knowledge and innovation partner, and Digit 7, who is our technology partner. Our mission is to serve as a hub for information regarding Industry 4.0 technologies, which includes testing, DevOps, AI, ML, deep learning, digital twin, AR, VR, IoT, robotics, blockchain, 5G, drone, analytics, edge AI, edge computing, cloud, and so on. The focus is to provide all of you a deep dive in all the sectors wherever technology is there. And every month, the events we do, the theme is different. We are gaining momentum month on month. Our aim is to be number one AI driven community all over the world so that like minded people like you can be a part of the same in supporting, growing, and making it a success. We'll continue to do industry-backed webinars and hybrid events. The knowledge repository will be made from reliable data through subject matter experts, industry leaders, thought leaders, and our partners, Infovision and Digit 7. We'll enrich the content through newsletter, podcasts, blogs, videos, and digital content to shed light on the ever-evolving industry. Today's event is one series of events which we have planned for this year, power-packed with speaker presentations and panel discussions themed around role of testing in post-pandemic world. There are lots more in store for subsequent months as well, with focus on banking, financial, insurance, telecom, retail, healthcare, supply chain, manufacturing, energy, utility, and so on. So request all of you to go through our website, which is aicorespot.io, for further updates. Also, please like our social media handles, which will keep you all updated on everything what we propose to offer in the coming months to follow. Before starting with the day, I would like to highlight few things so that it can set up the tone for the amazing learning and networking day. A special mention about our knowledge and innovation partner, Infovision, which is an end-to-end IT and business service provider, specializing in providing technology transformation and innovation projects for over 25 years across multiple industries. With over 3,000 technology professionals working across 12 global locations, including US, Latin America, Middle East, and India. And they serve over 65 customers across banking, financial services, telecom, media, retail, consumer goods, healthcare, and manufacturing industries. Their core services offering includes digital engineering services comprising of cloud, big data, analytics, DevOps, application services, legacy modernization, digital quality assurance, mobile, API microservices, social media research, analysis, and cybersecurity. They also have a great, unique state-of-the-art research and innovation lab named Digit 7 in Richardson, Texas, with 4 great products, which includes dgrab, DigitShell, StackSquare, and FlyRobo. The beauty about all the 4 products is that they are customizable, cost-effective, and can be used in every industry where technology is needed. With their strong technology capabilities and delivery expertise, they are confident that they can help anyone in their transformation journey provide technology needs to build future-proof business model and excellence into one's end consumer experience. So to get in touch with them, kindly log on to their website, which is infovision.com, and leave your details through the contact us section. Now, moving on and coming to our community partners for today, it includes Staple Store, Cisco Corporation, Earnest, Beyond Finance, Perforce Software, Davita, Upland Software, Humana, and Trevi Pay, who came together to make this event a success. A special mention to speakers and attendees of the event who registered and came today to achieve their objectives through this forum. At the end of the day, if you gain few things out of this or get to network with each other, then our core objective as a platform will be achieved. Further, if anyone wants to ask questions, they can type it in the Q&A section, which is there at the right corner of the menu option. You can type in as and when the speaker speaks, and we will try to get it answered after each talk or as per the time permitted. There is also a hand button at the bottom of the screen through which you can even raise the hand and come to the stage to ask questions to speakers as well. Now, let's begin the show for today, guys. Let me hand over the stage to Mukund Wangikar, Vice President from Infovision, who is also a keynote speaker for today. He has an exciting topic, 2022 testing trends. I'm sure it will set up the flavor for the day. Over to you, Mukund, for exciting day. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, Nitin. Let me share my screen. Can someone confirm that? Okay,
Yes,
it's
we can see
sharing.
that, Mukund. Great, all the best. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope I'm audible. I'll be a little
Yes.
louder in case it is not been that audible. So, uh, thanks for joining this exciting event, and good morning and good evening for the folks who are joining from US, India, and Middle East. Uh, as you know that this topic what we have come up with the post pandemic, the testing world after the pandemic, we all have experienced what are the bad memories about a pandemic. Now it's getting over, right? The world is coming back to the normal. However, still we are into the virtual world, otherwise we would have meet in person for this conference. So, one thing, though everything is bad, everything is negative during the pandemic phase, I would say that okay, there is one thing happened which is good due to the pandemic. And you know what? See, the world come to know the importance of testing, right? We all have gone through that phase. Okay. The testing word not been uttered so many times during the phase of the pandemic, and the world come to know what the testing means, what is the impact of testing. And you know the bad part is that when the test gets positive, it's changed your entire life. Okay, you have to go through the different phases of the treatments, and you uh, thank God, like okay, we got the vaccinated and everyone is in good health. So I just took that okay, what is the positivity even in the certain unprecedented event of the pandemic is the people come to know what the testing importance is. And the software testing world is also not been untouched. Okay, I'll just take a stab of the situation that okay, what are the testing trends over the last few decades? Software testing is there from long back. Okay, means if you look at it in the days like in 90s till 2000, it's more over after the fact testing, right? You get the bills, you get something in hand. It can be an electronics testing, it can be a very old technology like COBOL testing, but it's everything the testing. It wasn't manual. There was not focus on the kind of expediting testing. It is after the fact, and it's a build focus, right? Everything what we do, that once we get in hand, okay, we start testing it, report the defects. Over a period, the industry becomes mature, and then we would like to stop the defects at its inception. So the new model of the processes has been implemented. We heard about an ISO, CMMI, QMS. Okay, all has been implemented. Industry and the software companies were behind that, and then we put in everything that how we can stop a defect at the beginning, and hence the quality assurance was in place. So decade was been there for almost ensuring that the how we can implement the process and stop defect at its inception. But we moved, like, okay, the industry, the software testing industry is moved, and in the last decade we have seen there is a lot of traction for automation, right? The early stage of automation, it was there were thick client based automation, QTP kind of tool, which was a market player during that phase. Okay, it's more focused on the UI automation. Okay, even there is a significant role of a manual testing. However, the entire industry is looking at that, okay, how machines can test the software, and that's what the automation comes in picture. Okay, and we call it as a quality engineering. Now the quality assurance process is then matured enough to move into an automation. And what is the next? Okay, next is autonomous automation. Now, in this phase, like where we are after the 2020 and even the pandemic hit us, okay, automation is no more a wow factor. Okay, it becomes a de facto. Okay, it's an high pace testing is required. DevOps kind of tool. Okay, AIML is in place. I will deep dive on each part of it, but just to give an history that, okay, the trend is ever changing, and even that's few more trends that, okay, would like to discuss and deep dive. So I'll focus on what are the trends for 2022 and beyond. Okay. And I don't want to take only the one picture or one side of the coin. Okay. We'd like to look at that, how the industry is evolving and what are the trends into the industry. What is the market for a testing? Like which are the domains, which are the domains has and more focus on the testing. Okay. Even for the services company, it's important that, okay, what kind of business models are in place? What are the business model that is more in demand? Okay, and how that trend is also changing when we are engaging with the any service organization. Uh, Automation, as I said, in over last, I would say 10 plus years. Okay, it is changing. We'd like to see what are the new upcoming trends into the test automation and how it has been supported by the different tools. So let me go through the industry trend. Now, all we know that agile adoption is a de facto, and agile adoption is most 99% companies are adopted an agile. Okay, and hence there is a DevOps pipeline. So that trend will continue. So what we have seen in last few years that there is an urgency to go to market, right? And the mantra for today is go live faster, right? So everyone would like to go live faster, but that possibly impact your quality. So the industry trend says that, okay, the QA orchestration into the agile and DevOps is must, and that will gonna continue. There's an intelligent automation. So far the automation what we have seen is the click-through automation. The click-through automation can give you in the UI level, or even in some cases, I'm not saying that, okay, a lot companies are even moved into the ahead of the UI and headless architecture. But your test automation has to be intelligent. Okay, that is what the train industry is seeing. There's no more time for a script maintenance. Okay, there should be auto healing or self healing mechanism to be developed, and there are tools which can help into adopting the self healing mechanism. Okay, uh, automation strategy has to be right. Okay, means the purpose of why automation should be there has to be very clear. Whether you want to be in faster, obviously everybody would like to be in faster, but is there any customer reported defect? Okay, you have a quality issues, though you have would like to do the mundane task of a regression. So the purpose of automation should be clear so that the intelligent automation can be brought in and focus on AIML. I will deep dive on this specific trend what industry is seeing, but what we are seeing is in few years back we were not adopting any AI or ML tool for a testing purpose. Okay, it were all into the for the scientific usage, but now there are lot many tools and we can go through the few of them in today's session that how the AI has been adopted to the industry. But industry is moving towards AI very fast. Another challenge which we tester don't want to really waste their time into setting up the test environment and especially test data management. Test data management is now is evolving. Okay, it's moving from a conventional test data management to test data automation. And when I say test data automation, that means it's a synthetic test data generation. It has a AI based engine that can identify intent of test and procure a respective test data for the to fulfill that test. It can also preserve this that particular condition if you find a defect. So the test data environment management and test environment management and test data management is evolving, and the industry is moving towards that. And over a period, what we have seen, especially into the pandemic, okay, the industry is moving from a digitization to digitalization. Okay, means now our kids also can go and order food from the app, right? So digital presence, digital migrants and digital residents are now been is the new terminology I'm come. Like, okay, those who are with the gray hair, no hair, are with the digital migrants. Okay, while our kids are digital residents. You need not to teach them how to operate on mobile. You do not to teach them how to operate an ipad and any devices, because they are residents into this technology. So now we need to, whatever we need to develop for that kind of gen z and gen z generation is it should be defect free, because the industry is becoming intelligent. So what are the trends there into the market now? As we've seen that, okay, I when I look at the industry, it's my own experience. Plus, there are certain white papers. I've gone through the research paper, Gartner report, and then amalgamated all this information and come with a very high level pattern that, okay, how the industry will look like. Okay, BFI, that banking, finance, and insurance will be in always into the top. The industry for 2022 and 23, that trend will continue, which is followed by the telecom and media and technology, right? The another trend, because of the OTT platform, okay, the 5G adoption, all that has come up with a lot of focus on the testing area specifically, and that has been seen as attraction. Okay, digital services, as I mentioned that, okay, the newer apps, startups coming up, which has a very new ideas. uh, there is a connected car, connected devices, all those things are coming up, and that has been seen that, okay, there's a lot of traction into digital services area. Then healthcare, where a lot of basically migrations of the various companies has happened, and even the technology as at the forefront, the CSV kind of applications, as that the computer service computer service based applications has been uh, adopted into the healthcare side, and healthcare has seen as a lot of traction into this space. Okay, and followed by the consumer technology and retail. So there must be a question that, okay, hey, why the retail is shown low as compared to the consumer technology. See, the retail services into the store has come down. However, there is a lot of traction seen into the digital technology. So, like the purchases happen over a phone and other devices. So, in the pandemic, the store softwares or the your POS has gone down. The POS level testing has gone down as compared to the digital experience and the consumer technology. So industry is changing. Industry is has there is a lot adoption of a technology has seen as a mature one. So the industry what we have serving is like the company which I work for, and in my experience also the previous companies where I work, the typical business model that has seen and is been adopted by the services company. A typical staff augmentation, the train has seen that, okay, it is increasing, it is improving. Okay. At the same time, your time and material is also is a part of into the upward trend. So the staff augmentation, where you required a niche skill, where you required a specific for the project which is in flight. Okay, you need an extension, and possibly you need some special staff, or it can be complementing to the existing team. So the staff augmentation will continue, but at the same time the new project which has a time and material, okay, that also has seen attraction in 2022, and which will continue. At the same time, the legacy application, which requires a lot of regression, is in place, and they would like to have someone to take care of the regression. So the outcome based model that has come up, and then outcome based model is from the testing side, that okay, hey, give a number of test cases to be automated, or take the ownership of a specific area and deliver. So those are the outcome based model, especially into the automation side, has seen uh, the upward trend. Well, the managed services is as is, means it's compared to last year and few years back. Okay, managed services is continue, where you the services company take the entire ownership of end-to-end testing. They take care of about the functional, non-functional, and till up till the end of the gate, where you can do the consumer level or the production level testing as well. What is going down in this train is a fixed bid. Okay, fixed bid project going down because now, because of the agile adoption, okay, there is no quantified waterfall model where you can have a fixed number of the test cases, or fixed number of the outcome that you can. So that's why the fixed bid is coming down. So business model trends are is there are not much change, but the one which is taking traction is outcome based. So, what are the test automation trends? Okay, now I would like to spend a little more time on this slide, because that is something is maybe area of interest for a lot of us. So, till 2020, or even prior to that, okay, test automation was being more focused on a click-through testing. We know what the end results to be achieved. We know that which what is the path to be forward, and we know that which elements to capture as a automation. uh, but the because of the changing trends, and then the continuous changing into the UI side, it becomes difficult to maintain your existing test suits, and lot of time is going into the maintenance. And you know that okay, most of the companies, means the one of the reports says that okay, 60% companies has achieved 50% of their regression automations, and there are 40% companies are targeting to achieve a 50% of automation. Now still I see that this trend is slow, means why companies are not able to adopt 100% or near to the 100% of that automation, because of there are challenges into the existing the tool sets, right? And especially when it comes to the visual testing, it becomes a very challenging. So the rise in AI is allow you to do the UI testing, even if we are using the computer vision, or using the object intelligent object identification. The AI has come up. The tools like Apply Tool or Functionize, okay, they come up with their own model to identify what is a change into the screen, and it self fill with the newer elements. So if your buttons are changing, okay, it will identify into the next run. So that's the way of AI is taking a step ahead. Still, it is focused on UI. There are areas where the investments from the other companies are going on, and including the InfoVision also doing into the AI based testing, where we would like to create a chatbot based application which can create a virtual assistant who will do the testing based on the event. Those events can be triggered based on the specific situation to arrive. For example, that okay, hey, you see that okay, there is a large number of high priority defect is been raised for a specific module, then the intelligent automation can identify which test cases to pick up. Okay, these kind of model coming with the AI algorithm. However, the microservices adoption is also being seen. So typically, we used to do the API based automation, and API based automation requires underneath system up and running always. The contract level, and then in microservices, the good part of the microservices that okay, it runs at its own, so you need to do a domain services level testing. So integration of the domain services is a next trend coming in. So in API, when you have a one-to-one testing with the outcome, then you will not able to find out the complete trend, like okay, the complete the object or intent of the microservice. So with the contract based API testing, that will help end user and even a tester to know that okay, what are the expected outcome from that, and this is what the new testing pattern has to derive, and it requires a mindset change, because you are not only dealing with a one specific API or a service, you are dealing with a complete microservice. Okay. And focus on the software quality from the code rather than the manual documentation. So far, we have seen that okay, there are almost 20. There are 20 different documents that the tester is prepared. Like okay, the test data, and then you require the test tapes, then all that, and in agile world, you really don't have a time to do that. So so how part of it, the how to do the testing should come from the your code level. Okay, while what, where, when, okay, that can you can document into the confluence page for a respective test. So the trend is changing, that moving out from the documentation and do the code level testing more, so stop the defect at its inception. Sorry for that. So in this, in certain situation means, though we do not have a silver bullet that can even take care of all into the documentation, we can take help of the wiki pages, or we can take help of a confluence pages for documenting, as I mentioned that okay, how, where, and when can be documented, but sorry, what, when, and where can be documented, where how part should come from the code. The CI/CD, that continuous integration and continuous deployment, is useless if you do not have integrated your continuous testing into it. That continuous testing has to be an integral part of it, and no code has been checked in without any the base level of test executed. So so it requires a lot of a different mindset to have an infrastructure in place, because your testing engine is continuously running. Whenever there is a code check-in, you require to have a test to be executed. It requires to be intelligent, okay, which piece of test scripts to be pick up, and which test scripts to be execute. But CI/CD adoption along with CT is very much important, and that's a trend coming up into 22, and it is at the nascent stage. However, it will get mature. Okay. Uh, and the most important that okay, the descriptive level programming is in place. Okay, you can have a Selenium base, you can have a Python code to be written, but at the same time, your business users require easy to use tool. Lot of low code no code based tools has come up. Okay, so there is a always ask from right from the beginning of the test automation that okay, how I can minimize the code, and there minimize the code writing and more focus on the testing, right? So I'll move into the tools which you see there is plenty of tools there into the space, but some of them that okay I would like to highlight here is the AI enabled tools. Okay, the TestEM or test rigger is an NLP based, so it asks for your intent of test and asks for the keywords, and based on that it starts writing the test cases at back end. Well, Appleton is has its own visual engine. It's with the computer vision. It can identify the components, locators, and then all HTML components very easily. So these tools is will be helping into making your UI is more easy and easy to adopt the automation. However, at the back end, there are for the API, and that still we to use the another tools for your API testing. Well, the low code or no code platform like Tricentis, Tosca, Catalan, Perfecto, Autify, these are the platform which gives your business user a easy interface to code. Okay, it asks for and very easy questions. You can write the test, you can modify. It has a self-filling mechanism. Okay, so with this tools, it becomes for a tester, the life becomes easy and they can focus on a testing. See, one thing which has been observed in at least in my experience is that, okay, your automation engineer becomes a proxy developer, and that is the biggest challenge. We don't want an automation engineer, we want automation tester. A testing act should be at core. And whenever you see that, okay, automation engineers becoming hey, automation engineer becomes a testers, okay, they will, the objective is change. They write a code to find the defects. Okay, they can identify a various another situation and condition, which, yeah. So the your testing, so all this tool can help into to ease out your coding, but the core part of your testing or core part of the business logic should come from the manual testing. So my submission in this conference is that, see, manual testing will not go. So manual tester will go away, but manual testing will remain. Your tester has to adopt a new skills. A tester has to learn the automation. They can adopt the easy to pick up the tool. They will. So manual tester has to be transformed. Manual testing will remain. In specific area, you need to have a manual testing to be done. There are certain tools which can help you into for a heterogeneous application, like your RPA tool can be leveraged as a testing tool. Okay, the UiPath automation anywhere. There are certain tools like Evaluate IQ, which is there into the hyper automation space. I was talking about test data generators, right? Okay, the GenRocket is a tool which can help you into generating a test data, and there is lot of different logic which the company has come up with. It uses an all AI engines to identify the your data model, and based on the data model and then your previous condition, it can generate a millions of record in fraction of seconds. And tools like the pCloudy can provide you a complete bouquet of the all devices. Okay, it's like, okay, browser stack is one of them. So these are the specialized tool that is trending. And I would say that, okay, if you get a chance, look into it. Okay, there is lot of uh, good ideas also been presented from the testing side. So you can go through their blogs and the white papers. It's very exciting that to learn more about the upcoming trends, what we are doing. Okay, I'll just take a minute and then we can move it for the question and answer. Hey, Nitin, I hope I am on time.
Yes, we are on time, Mukund.
Okay, thank you. So, what is our approach? See, over a period, we also come up with our own framework called Catalyst, which is a patent due. This framework is the amalgamations of UI, API, mobile, and business process automations. These pieces are in place. It has been integrated with our front, which includes the automated test design. And you see that, okay, automated test design is been derived from that your Excel sheets creates an uh, mind map diagrams, or a mind map creates an Excel sheet. So either the way, this is an automated test design that has been part of it. And then we come up with that, okay, see, the most important question which is being asked by our customers are that, hey, is there automation worth to do? Okay, when I will get ROI. So we come up with an ROI engine which is get auto feed after every execution, and you can see what is the ROI of your investment. Okay, there are certain area where we leverage a partner's expertise. Okay, like mobile device labs, Salesforce automation, SAP, ETL testing. Okay, but this is these are the very important piece of an any heterogeneous application or enterprise application testing. We'll continue our investment into creating an AI-enabled chatbots. Okay, the hyper automation is already in place. Okay, we are coming up with a very good test data management, and you can see that, okay, maybe some words are conventional, but the implementation is different. When I say test management, that means we are coming up with an AI-based algorithm which can identify that, okay, which test I should execute at which interval. Okay, it creates a heat map of your defects and come up with a very logical answer that okay, in this specific release, what is my intent and what is my test cases has a priority. So it there will be a dynamic priority shifting of the test cases based on the intent of the test. Also investing into lot into performance engineering, creating automation accelerator, intelligent reporting, creating a data packs for future, and also the impact analysis for RCA. So with this I would like to give a one takeaway that okay, what common mistakes we do from the test automation. So most of the things, okay, most of us are managers or even there are a lot of people joined in this conference from the testing community. So the one thing which I have observed is the lack of customer empathy. Many of the testers don't know what is the intent of the customer. Okay, I would suggest that okay, don't do that mistake. Know your customer first. Okay, no matter whichever trend you are, whether you are testing it now or even in a 10 years after. Okay, but your customer empathy should be there. Okay, there should not be a limited business document. Spend some time on what is a business that customers, what is in their entire business workflows, identify that. And if you don't know, ask question. Don't keep any communication gap. On the automation versus testing, focus on engineering aspect. See, typically as I'm repeating this, but our automation engineer is focused on an engineering aspect. We should focus on a testing aspect. Okay, manual testing is given to the junior testers. No, you should have a adequate developers, adequate test engineers who can write the test case, validate that, and ensure that that okay, there is a sufficient coverage of the testing. Typically, junior engineers can do the testing based on their knowledge, but the validations and we take the same set of test cases and start doing the automation of it. No, you should have a completeness of testing. So don't. I would suggest to have a senior folks to be involved early into the cycle. Invest time into the automation script maintenance. Okay, uh, this is one of the mistake that every organization does that okay, he every time every release your automation script some or other way it's in maintenance. Okay, adopt a tool which is very build, check, do the analysis of build versus buy, and adopt a tool which is has a low maintenance. And then there is no outcome orientation. What we have seen is that what is the purpose of testing? Have you asked question to the customer, hey, what your customer is using? A customer's customer is what they are doing. Okay, how they are using this application. Okay, are we doing this sufficient defect analysis? Okay, what we have done in the previous releases versus this release, what is an intent of the current release? Okay, regression has to be optimized. Okay, because in agile world, okay, you just keep adding the test cases to test cases to test cases, right? But you don't deprecate the test case. So you need to run an regression optimization, and there are intelligent tool available which can identify the your required test cases. Okay, and test what it breaks. Okay, first identify which are the defects were there into the previous cycle or there into the history. Take a list of it, identify, prioritize them, and then test what is breaking. So with this note I would like to take a pause for questions. And Naveen, I'm not able to see that. Okay, if there are any questions from the team, uh, if you can let me know, I can start answering. So thank you
Sure.
guys.
Thank you, Mukund. Thank you. Thank you for setting up the tone for this event. Uh, 2022 testing trends and the things which you showed, amazing. Thanks a lot, Mukund. Uh, I cannot see any questions till now. So if any question comes up, we can get it answered. So, guys, I've written in the Q&A section as well. In case you want to ask question, please type in the Q&A section, which is there on the right side of the menu option. It's always better to type as and when the speaker speaks so that we can get it answered after each talk as per the time permitted. Yeah. So thanks a lot, Mukund. Anyway, you are in the panel discussion as well. So we'll take questions if it comes any in between. Thank you for your time, Mukund. Love to
Thank you.
see you in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So, guys, we'll quickly move on to our next presenter, who is Iran. Iran is Chief DevOps Evangelist, Perforce Software. He's right in front of me now, and his topic is how to utilize cloud testing to master shift left and right testing. Over to you, Iran.
Thank you, Nitin. I'm just going to share my screen. Let me know
Please.
once you can see it. 1 second. Okay, can you see the full screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so happy to be here. And actually, my session is a great segue from the previous one because the trends that were discussed in the previous session are very, very aligned and connected to what I'm going to talk to you about. And I'm going to talk to you about the cloud and its role in the post-pandemic, but also within the pandemic situation and all about continuous testing. Just a quick word about myself. I am Chief Evangelist at Perforce Software, responsible for the testing practices, and I work with Perfecto and BlazeMeter. These are the two products that are part of Perforce Software portfolio. I'm also an author of a few books around software testing, digital testing, and digital. The word digital will get a lot of context and attention during my talk today. Feel free to ask any question during my session, but also if there is no time, feel free to approach me over social media as well. I'm going to talk a bit about the challenges around achieving continuous testing maturity, how you can overcome them with proper planning and process. They're complementing each other, just a teaser. And then I'm going to talk a bit about continuous testing in the cloud and how you can do it in an efficient way. So what the pandemic taught us and where we are today after almost 2.5 years of this nightmare is that a lot of remote working and remote testing, no one actually used the word remote testing before COVID. So remote testing is currently a new practice and it's not going away. There is a hybrid model, there is fully remote, and people are also coming to the office in some verticals in our domain, but remote testing has become a reality. A lot of digital transformation wasn't new, and it was obviously ramping and growing during the past decade. But what the pandemic did to many enterprises, it just drove them to be almost fully digital. And as a result, you see in the left bottom side of this slide, a third of the global retail right now is done digital. And what it means is that the cost of failure today, the cost of quality is higher than ever. Okay, if you have a web application, if you have a mobile application, both, right, responsive web, progressive web, Flutter, all types of digital apps today, if they are not working well, if they're not performing well, if they're not looking good across so many different form factors, then you are losing business immediately. Okay, there is no coming back from that. Everyone today is at least half digital, if not in many cases 100% digital. I'll give you an example, right? Best Buy, Capital One, they don't call themselves financial organizations or retailers. They are fully technical companies. Okay, they are fully digital, and they, if you go to any Best Buy store today, you will see we are 100% available and open at bestbuy.com. Okay, they actually give you as a customer a promise that no matter what, they are always supposed to be available online, whether you're doing it from your mobile device or your web application. But the reality is a bit different. So as much as I love Best Buy and Capital One and all the others, it's really hard to be always on, always available, especially without continuous testing. And why is this so hard to achieve continuous testing? Because we have an ocean of testing that we need to support. And, again, going back to things that were discussed in the previous session, what is this ocean of testing? When you look at the definition of agile testing, You look at being able to execute in time all the high value test automation or test scenarios. Again, can be manual, exploratory, automation, but it needs to be of all kinds of testing: API, security, accessibility, performance, visual, functional, okay, unit. All these test cases needs to be as part of your release cycle, okay? And you need to rebalance manual, exploratory, and automation. And if you are an agile shop doing it every week, every day, every 2 weeks, it doesn't matter. You need to do this continuous testing, rebalancing every time. And that's the challenge, okay? Because you have written so many test cases. I have customers who are running 1 million test executions a quarter. You need to be honest with yourself and think about 1 million executions. Are they always the relevant scenarios that you are running, or are you just beating a dead horse and you're just rerunning test cases because they are just available to you? So this rebalancing, this validation that you are really running the high value scenarios continuously, it's a huge challenge, okay? And automating inside the cycle and identifying the right risks and making the decisions is also still a challenge. And don't just take my word for it. The surveys are telling this day in and day out. And by the way, I just look at the last 2 years. Nothing really changed over the past 5 or 7 years. Practitioners, continuous testing advocates, they all say the same thing, right? Understanding and debugging failures, whether they are flakiness, noise, or real bugs. Understanding which test cases are giving you value for the specific sprint that you are now testing. Having the right resources. And by the way, resources are not just people. Resources are environments for testing, platforms that are available. And during the pandemic, when you were all forced to work from home, you lost some of the resources that you used to have in the office: servers, Mac machines, mobile devices, desktop virtual machines, all these things, right? Test instability, achieving the right test coverage. What is the right test coverage? These are still challenges that practitioners are talking about during the pandemic and also after. So what good looks like, okay? If you want to define continuous testing that actually works, you need to look at the maturity model going from left to right, okay? And ask yourself, am I ready or able to test upon each and every commit, okay? Every commit needs to trigger some kind of a continuous testing cycle driven by Jenkins or other CI server. And this cycle needs to include the right testing scenarios, going back to the ocean of testing. So if you're not suitable with either a cloud environment, test environment as a service, service virtualization and mocking, the right test data, and all these kind of things, it's really hard for you, especially when you're cross collaborating between different teams, different feature teams or squads. It's really hard for you to mature from left to right, okay? From testing on the test release itself, or testing daily, or testing upon each and every commit. During the next slide, I'm going to give you at least my model and what you need to consider in order to move from either the last 3 columns towards the most right one. So the planning phase. What do you need to plan when you're building a continuous testing structure that actually works? You need to look at test coverage, going back to the challenges, like people talked about. What do I need to cover? And when you're talking about coverage, again, it's not just the test scenarios, which are listed on the 3rd bullet. It's the platforms and the environments, pre-production, staging, production environments, which sometimes need to be built on top of mocking services because of PII and other restrictions. Platforms, which mobile devices, which browsers you want to test on. As we are talking today is the first day of the launch of a new flagship foldable device from Samsung, right? The Samsung Galaxy Fold 4. Next week, in a week and a half from now, Apple is going to release its new series of iPhone 14 together with iOS 16. Are you able to shift your continuous testing scenarios to these latest platforms? Okay, again, to do manual accessibility, functional performance, all these kind of things. Okay, you need to plan for this coverage ahead of time. Okay, because if today the foldable is launched into the shops and you care about good user experience on this device, you didn't need to wait up until today. You needed to already order this device in the cloud or locally and be ready to test on it. So the next few days, when users are starting to fill this device with their Best Buy applications or website, it works and looks fine. Okay, certification of testing, you do not want to have a broken CI pipeline. Okay, the green is always the right color for you within Jenkins continuous integration build acceptance testing, regression testing. So you need to certify testing, and that's why I write here 3 strikes and you're out. When you are building and designing your test scenarios, you need to make sure that they are running continuously and they are providing consistent results time after time across multiple platforms. If you see flakiness, exclude these scenarios from your pipeline, because otherwise you're just piling up a lot of garbage in your continuous testing suites. Testing types cover all the pyramid, all testing scenarios from all testing types. I mentioned it earlier. It's a key and it needs to be planned because, again, you have a sprint of 1 week or 2 weeks. You have a very limited time. You need to be very strategic about how you distribute all your testing types per each build. Okay? Which tools, and I will talk about tools later on, but which tools, which test data do you need from a planning perspective so your sprint is effective? And as always, you need to measure yourself, again, not to beat yourself or blame one or other practitioner. You just need to measure yourself so you know if you are marching toward this continuous testing maturity or you are being held back by inefficiencies. So measurement KPIs so you know where you are is also critical. I talked a bit about coverage. Again, I will leave this slide behind for you guys, but coverage is something that is always changing. That's why the ocean of testing is so complex, right? Things that are going to be things that you are currently testing on. If you have a mobile application, and everyone is digital today, right? If you're consuming something on a mobile device running iOS 15 right now, in 2 weeks it's going to be a different reality. Okay, these are the devices, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 devices, which are not going to get the upgrade to iOS 16. So you, again, going back to the previous slide about planning, you need to be strategic and you need to be in the know of what's coming so you can really adopt to these changes. Let's talk a bit about something that I think was discussed many times, but I want to put it in the context of remote testing, cloud testing, and the digital world that we are living in right now. And that's the 3 pillars: people, process, technologies. Because if you don't build your strategy around these 3 pillars, then you can never achieve a good continuous testing process. Okay? And when you're looking at people, process, and technology, okay, I think, and I'm just encouraging you to look at the right order. Okay, Enrico, this guy wrote a nice article about people, process, technology, and he was really emphasizing the order which makes sense: people, then process, then technology. If you just focus on the tools, you will fail. You need to start with the people, understand their needs, their objectives, their skill set, then see how everyone fit into the process. The process can be a 2-week sprint, can be agile, can be waterfall, whatever process that you have in your organization, whatever pipeline that you are building, okay? And then try to match the tools and the technologies that would serve best the objectives and the skill set within the process. That's how you should look at continuous testing that works. So let's start with people, okay? People are your obviously your biggest and most valuable resources, and you need to make sure that they are suited and well positioned to do their job. And how is that going to work? If you are giving them the tools. The tools is not the test automation frameworks. It's what will make them good test engineers, and it is giving them training through online universities. There are so many online universities that are free, no charge at all. Go to like Blazemeter University. You get certified for performance testing, API testing, mocking services, Selenium, Cypress, so many growing technologies for free. Okay, but this will give your practitioners a good confidence, a good baseline to start practicing automation that actually works with code samples and much more. So invest in people by giving them the right training and education. Once you do so, see how they can support the process. But what is the process? In this example, this is taken from one of the enterprise clients that I'm working with. This is, in my mind, a very well-defined pipeline. For these guys, they are doing a mobile application, a mobile native application delivery, and the build process that they have come up with, again, I love it, is that per each pull request, and they are using they have 7 concurrent pull requests a day, they are running 10 minutes of a feedback loop that is only using virtual platforms, emulators and simulators from a mobile standpoint. When they reach the noon build, they go to lunch and they trigger a 1-hour cycle, 1-hour feedback loop, and they're mixing in that cycle their test scenarios, not just functional and API and some other non-functional testing, and they are mixing it on virtual platforms, emulators and simulators, but also on real devices, real smartphones, real tablets. Think about it. When they reach to the nightly regression, they are already in a very high confidence mode because they already got enough feedback through these 2 milestones per day, and they do it daily. Think about it. So that's continuous testing that actually works. And if they find issues over the nightly build, which obviously covers a lot of platforms, it's most likely going to be either a unique use case or a unique use case that fails on a specific device OS for permutation, okay? Because it's just going to be on real devices with the larger coverage. So this is a way to mitigate risks, to cover the right scenarios, the right platforms, and get the proper feedback in a timely manner, rather than, of course, waiting to the end of the builds or whatever. Okay, so if you want to adopt a good model for your continuous testing, I love this one. Obviously, you can play with the number of builds, maybe a bit with the duration of these milestones, but this is a good pipeline example that you can adopt. Then when you talk about technology, we talked about people, training, making them confident. We talked a bit about the process of how a pipeline looks like in a given schedule. Now match the technology, okay? And if you're just dealing with mobile, we have Appium, we have Espresso, we have XUI Test. If you're dealing with web, we have mostly Selenium, Cypress, and Playwright from an open source standpoint. If you're looking at a cross-platform like Flutter applications or other applications, you have Cucumber BDD and Flutter built with Dart. But these technologies should be matching the right practitioners, the SDETs, software development, engineering, and testing, and your front-end or mobile application developers. So how do you employ the cloud for your continuous testing pillars? These are the things that I've heard from Perfecto and Blazemeter customers over the past 2.5 years during pandemic and also nowadays. They've highlighted these 8 benefits of using the cloud to shift left and right all of the testing activities. They talked about keeping up with platform upgrades. As I mentioned, remote testing takes away from you being in the office, getting access to the smartphones, to the tablets, to the browser VMs, with security, of course. So moving testing to the cloud enabled these guys to keep up with all the platform upgrades. As I mentioned today, you have a new smartphone coming up to the stores. It's going to be, by the way, in the Perfecto cloud next week. So the foldable Samsung coming up today to the stores, actually there are 2, are going to be supported in the Perfecto cloud next week. So customers can actually start testing immediately on the new form factors. iOS 16 beta also supported in the cloud, and you can do beta testing prior to the GA that's going to be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So keeping up with platform, that was one benefit. The second one, always available, always on, okay? When you're not in the office, the cloud, accessing it from your IDE, IntelliJ, Visual Studio, whatever IDE that you're using, it's always on, always available, accessible through the browser and through the CI servers. Security, it's a top priority for many enterprises. Getting the cloud testing abilities with security in mind, obviously, is a key benefit to these customers. Unlimited test automation scalability. When you are testing in-house on premise, you have, I don't know, a USB hub, a server, how much it can support 4 devices, 6 smartphones, okay? Greater than that, you are risking with performance and stability, okay? And who is taking charge of reboots and battery and all these things? So testing that in the cloud across dozens of smartphones in parallel give these customers the unlimited test automation scalability, and this is exactly the shift left, the fast feedback that we are talking about, going back to the pipeline example, right? Think about 8 hours. You want to accomplish, I don't know, 10,000 or 1,000 test scenarios in 8 hours nightly build. You need to do parallel testing. You have no other way. And parallel testing requires parallel platforms, web virtual machines, and real smartphones or virtual platforms. So this is another benefit. Productivity and cross-team collaboration, I will connect number 5 and 8 because they are also connected in my mind. When you have distributed teams, everyone has his own objectives, sharing resources, cross-team collaboration, single pane of glass for all the teams in the cloud gives them tons of benefits and, again, productivity. Disaster recovery and cost effectiveness, because you don't have someone that needs to sit in the office and take care of your lab. You get it in the cloud. You just take care of the most important thing that you need to care about, which is quality, and you don't care about the environment. Someone else virtualizes and gives you the environment as a service. That's a huge benefit. So the continuous testing vision, and in many of my books, I've elaborated many times about what I see as continuous testing. Continuous testing, in my mind, enables you to climb up and down the pyramid. And think about the pyramid is a list of multiple testing types, testing scenarios. Think about the ocean, and it's done by different practitioners of different skill set levels and objectives again. So being able to climb up and down the test pyramid per each milestone in your product lifecycle, exercising all testing types upon demand or on demand, this is what continuous testing is all about, and it allows you to do shift left, but also shift right testing in production, getting feedback from production, and so on. So shift left gives you, we talked about the cloud benefit, but also the shift left, and I think that a lot of articles and knowledge came about shift left. The main thing that I see about shift left is, in my mind, the fast feedback and the cross-team collaboration. Everyone is working towards a high-quality release, okay? Everyone benefits from multiple technologies towards the same goal, which is high quality of the products, whether it's mobile or web or both. Lastly, when you're shifting left, when you're shifting right, when you are riding this maturity model towards continuous testing, testing upon each and per commit or code commit, you need to measure yourself. As I mentioned earlier, you want to make sure that when you are planning for continuous testing, you are also planning for your own continuous improvement. And how you do so, I've gathered in one of my books, Continuous Testing for DevOps, these 27 metrics that I've collected from many enterprise clients, okay? And by the way, you don't need to have all these 27. You can pick and choose and maybe even add. But what I think is important is to measure quality across these 3 different categories: velocity or speed, quality, which you see much more, and cost effectiveness. And when you are measuring for these 3 verticals or 3 pillars, you can really understand where you are improving the most, but also where you are lagging behind and what's holding you back. So this allows you to really focus on your bottlenecks and move towards this testing per each code commit, automating to the maximum the right and high valuable test cases, and again, being more productive, preventing escape defects from slipping to production, and much more. So pick and choose, just to mention one. On the speed, average test case creation time, how much it takes you to create a test scenario. In the previous session, we talked a bit about AI, machine learning, self-healing, okay? How much it takes you to create a test, but also how much time it takes you to execute it. Think about it. You are bound to a different time windows, right? Going back to the process slide, 10 minutes feedback loop, 1 hour noon build. Can your testing scope fit into these windows? You can only know that if you know what your average testing execution time takes. Okay, quality. what is the code coverage that you are getting, what is the defect density, and so on. What is the cost of ownership whether you're doing it locally or in the cloud, okay? Cost of test preparation and so on. You can add even more to these pillars, but it really gives you, if you now get the context, it gives you visibility into how efficient your organization is when it's doing its continuous testing maturity journey. With that, I try to be exactly on time and leave time for Q&A, but just one last word from my end. What I've seen over the past 2 decades, continuous testing is not a trend or not a buzz. It is a goal of for many enterprises. What we have seen with Perfecto and Blazemeter is that when you are combining a good continuous testing process in the cloud that covers all testing types and matches all different practitioners, SDETs and dev and business testers, you are able to run at high scale and reduce defects slipping from to production, and again, be just more focused on innovation. With that, let me leave some time for Q&A. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them right now, and I will stop sharing. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Iran. Thank you. Thank you for your lovely presentation. So we have a few questions for you, Iran. So just moving on to those questions, there was one question for Mukunda as well, so he can get it answered during his panel as he's in the panel discussion. So for you, Iran, the first question is from Nicholas. What will be the QA metrics you end up choosing to follow your shift left-right transition to able to say or measure your progress in transformation?
That's a great question, and the answer is even more complex. So the QA metrics is not something that you build and that's it. Okay, that's when you're doing continuous testing, the QA metrics cannot stay static. It always changes. That's what was my point in the ocean of testing, because you are continuously innovating, you are continuously adding new features, new functionality, new platforms that you need to support, right? In iOS 16, in few weeks, you are going to have a new feature allowing you to do authentication in landscape mode that was never supported by Apple. Okay, so this is a new use case which you need to now add into your test matrix. And in this test matrix that you are adding, you need to then look at any iOS 16 form factor, whether it's a tablet or a smartphone or a web application running on these different form factors, right? So the test matrix that you need to think about is something that is very dynamic, okay? It's very connected to your feature implementation and roadmap, but also looking and hearing about what is changing in the marketplace, because unfortunately, when you are a digital business, you are dependent on what's happening in the marketplace. You cannot just live in your own silo. You need to adopt and respond to changes happening in the marketplace surrounding you. And that's one of the biggest challenges in my mind, because, okay, you have your roadmap, okay, but Apple has their own roadmap and you need to think about it.
Sure, thank you. Hope it answers Nicholas' question as well. As it is a dynamic, you told, it's always changes. We have to keep on adapting. The second question is by Paresh Mahajan. So his question is, what are the key points to consider as test lead or test manager for test planning?
That's a great question. If you want to take one of my slides that was talking about planning, I think that these are my main points, right? When you think about planning, you plan for test coverage that also listens to the market changes, okay? You think about test certification. You need to plan for that, because test certification requires you to validate the effectiveness and stable mode of each test scenario that enters your CI/CD pipeline. So test coverage, test stabilization and certification, test environments, okay, and availability of these test environments, okay? This is also another thing that you need to plan for, which includes also test data. And then the frameworks and the tools that you have available for you so your practitioners can really work on. And lastly, you need to plan for your resources. The resources are your people, their availability, their skill set, the time that they have to build the test cases and also execute them. And lastly, you need to plan for analysis, because analysis always takes a lot of time. When you are analyzing a cycle of, I don't know, hundreds of test scenarios, it takes a lot of time to understand what is a real bug, what is a noise, what is a bug in the test. Okay, so planning for all of these, and obviously there can be much more, but these are things that often takes a lot of the time from test leaders and QA managers.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for answering Paresh's question as well. Another question for you from Chaitanya Deshpande. So he's asking, as you said, senior testers should do manual testing, but market doesn't have manual testing jobs. Then how we will convince senior automation testers to do manual testing?
Wow. That's a sensitive question. And if I had with me right now two of the greatest leaders in the testing space, James Bach and Michael Bolton, they will say there is no such thing as manual tester. That's why you don't have jobs. Okay, testing is testing. Automation tools are just enabling testers to validate what they are building. Okay, testing is testing. You won't find a job called manual tester. Manual testing and exploratory testing are key, and you can never automate 100% of your cases. So you always need to do a bit, or I don't know, depending on your maturity, manual testing within the sprint. It doesn't mean that manual testers needs to sit in their comfort zone and just do manual testing. They need to be creative in ways of either doing Cucumber BDD or adopting other low-code, no-code technologies, so the testing is a bit more agile and more efficient. So they need to grow their skill set in the likes of some automation, okay, or low-code automation at least, to really provide their feedback in time, because no one can just wait for 2 weeks for a full cycle to be done just manually. So we need to be smart about it. But again, let's just distinguish between the manual, which is the type of testing, and the profession itself, which is always important.
Sure, Iran. The last question, Iran, for you. I know there are a few questions which are asked. So last question for you is from Andy Palladino. So the question is a big question. I'll just read it out. For environments where legacy code is dominant, what factors do you consider to build a lean and cost-efficient testing plan so that you can achieve the maximum amount of value while keeping your costs low, all while conveying the value of newer testing concepts?
That's a great question, complex one. And, while we are talking all over the place about digital transformation and mobile and web, there are different verticals in the marketplace. Not all of them are built and suitable for an agile workflow. There are a lot of healthcare and automotive and other environments which are safety first and security first and life-saving first. So these things are bind towards compliance, which takes a lot of time. It doesn't mean that you cannot be more agile, and how you can do it with a lot of parallelization of the tasks, right? You don't need to wait for everything to be completed. In some cases, you can virtualize, you can use digital twins, you can mock a lot of the things, and engage with different practitioners to expedite the life cycle of these products. Okay, work on documentation earlier while you are waiting for something. So while you cannot expedite the approval from the FDA or from other third-party vendors, you can still do a lot of things in a more efficient way through parallelization, automation, through digital twins, and using dependencies or mitigating dependencies through better approaches. And by the way, I've learned, and by the way, in one of my books I wrote about AI and machine learning, even in these verticals, segmented verticals, that takes a lot of time. So AI and machine learning can help in code reviews and finding things for these complex applications.
Sure, Iran. I hope it answers all the queries of the participants who have asked the questions to you. And thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for answering these questions and for your lovely presentation as well, Iran. Love to see you in future.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. So we are exactly on time. So we'll quickly move on to our next thing, which is a panel discussion. So may we have all the panel members come on board, switch on their video. Great, I can see all of them now. So the topic for the panel discussion is post-pandemic testing world. It's a 1 hour, 30 minutes panel discussion. And guys, those who want to ask questions, please keep on typing in the Q&A section. And our moderator Samir is there who will put a tab on that. Plus, Mukund is there who will be co-moderator for the same. And Mukund, there's a couple of questions for you, so you can take it during the thing. Okay. Sure, Samir, over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Nitin. So, guys, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Samir Nagpal. I work for InfoVision as the Chief Business Officer for the Retail, Consumer, and Logistics vertical. I have been working for the last 23 years in the industry and have been working very closely with the business and worked very closely on the testing engagements and the testing area with the customers. So that's the reason I am actually being part of the moderation team out here. I have one of my colleagues, Mukund, who's there on the call and who was the presenter as well. He is co-moderating with me. So I'll take the business side of the testing and Mukund will take the strategy and the technical side of the testing. Mukund, if you can introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, thanks, Samir. Hey, my name is Mukund Wangekar. I'm Vice President at InfoVision. I look after the global QA practice, testing, test automation, and hyper automation. Along with Samir, I will be co-moderating this panel discussion. And I know that the topic is very hot that on the post-pandemic world. I'll encourage everyone to ask questions during these sessions to the panelists also along with us, and we'll keep it more interactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukund. Team, I know we were there on the backstage for some time, but if at all, if you can take maybe 20-30 seconds to introduce yourself, I'll go around in the order that I'm seeing the people on the screen. Priyanka, if you can just introduce yourself for just a small time.
Thank you so much. A very good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are located. My name is Priyanka Sharma, and I'm Director Quality Assurance at Davida from Nashville, Tennessee, which is a music city. And during my approximately 24 years of tenure in the IT world, I have been very focused in building the Center of Excellence for manual automation and performance, and in terms of industry domains, being in manufacturing, power management, and majority in healthcare. And thank you so much, guys, for inviting me in this panel discussion to share my experiences and also learning from our very best.
Thank you, Priyanka. Chris, if you can go next, please.
Hi, I'm Chris Loader. I'm the QA Automation Manager at Upland Software. Been doing automation, been a part of 25 years now. I design, build, and implement automation frameworks, and I'm currently working on an automation center of excellence for my business unit at Upland.
Thank you, Chris. Johanna.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning. Joanna South here. I am currently an Associate Director of QE at Humana. So I'm responsible for test automation and performance engineering capabilities. Very happy to be here. Spent the better part of the last 15 years in quality assurance, transforming companies from QA to QE. And very excited to talk about the post-pandemic world of testing.
Thank you, Joanna. Dilhan, I see you on the screen, so I'll skip Dilhan. Stacy, over to you, please.
Hi, introduction. I'm Stacy. I'm down here in Houston. I am the Director of Quality Assurance for a fintech company called Beyond Finance. And I have really been enjoying the conversations and questions so far. This has been so much fun.
Thank you. Awesome. Jeff, over to you, please.
Hello, I'm Jeff Dussey. I'm a Senior Director of Application Engineering for Staples U.S. retail stores. And part of my area of responsibility includes automation engineering. I've been a long time retail person, so have seen a lot of experience in this area, and very happy to be here.
Thank you, Jeff. Jyoti?
Hi, everyone. I'm Jyoti. I am located in Overland Park, Kansas, which is a suburb of Kansas City, the city of fountains. I'm Director of Quality Engineering at ChevyPay. We are a fintech dealing in B2B payments across 32 countries. My main role is to lead quality engineering practice at ChevyPay. And my main focus areas are test automation, continuous testing, and ensuring that we are delivering high quality products that exceeds our customer expectations. Very happy to be here.
Thank you, Jyoti. Guys, thank you very much. And I was enjoying the discussion that was going on just before this panel discussion. And I'll start with a very, very basic, I would say, question about what changes have we seen as part of our testing before the pandemic and testing during the pandemic and then testing after the pandemic. I know the business have changed over a period of time. We are going into kind of targeting 100% digitalization right now. So, Jeff, I'll open with you, and then I'll open with everybody. Because Jeff, how do you think for Staples the testing has changed over the last maybe 4 years? I would say.
Well, Samir, one thing for sure, I think the pandemic has certainly helped reaffirm the priority that we need to put on automation. We had a very strong presence in the office, facilitating testing. We've always had a good focus on automation, but as we've been discussing, there have always been needs to do testing manually as well. So when the workforce shifted remotely, it really put a crimp on some progress for initiatives that were in progress. So those that were already on a path of automation likely sustained much less impacts to initiatives that were ongoing than those largely reliant on manual testing at the time the pandemic hit. But I think, now more than ever, it feels like more of a risk to our business not to be pressing forward with automated testing and have that in place for our applications. And it really has sparked a renewed sense of urgency to establish it where it's non-existent.
Okay. Anybody else? Priyanka, your thoughts on have you seen something else, or maybe Stacy or Johanna, anything from your side that you have seen pandemic impacting the testing or the way that you have been operating over the last 3 to 4 years?
I'll go ahead and jump on that. Actually, later today, I'm talking about the impact of the increase in necessity of automation because of the pandemic. I definitely fall in that category of hiring automation SDET and then still asking them to do some manual testing. But the manual testing that I'm asking them to do is to understand what to automate. It's not like, hey, manually test this and then don't do anything else. It's like, hey, I know you need to understand where to click, what the X paths are, that sort of thing. And that's the level of automation of manual testing that we are pushing because we are focusing on automation.
Thank you.
Same in my world. All automation developers who start with me spend at least 2 weeks with QA to learn the product. You can't automate what you don't know.
Okay.
Or at least are familiar with.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. You don't know, any of the UI elements, any of the back-end functionality without actually doing it in some manual shape or form yourself.
And Samir, if I may add, same platform we created. In fact, we had a very successful, quite a few business cases wherein we actually converted the people who are trainable in automation, who were manual testers before, and they had aspirations also. And they have been very, very successful coverage givers. That's what I call them. Because at the end of the day, we care about how much coverage we got, right? And they understand from the user perspective, they understand the ins and outs, and have been providing some valuable contributions.
Thank you, Priyanka. Johanna, anything from your side, please?
Yeah, I think I echo what others are saying. The importance of test automation has been greater and greater, not just within the pandemic, but in the last decade. A lot of organizations are understanding how important test automation is and getting to market quickly and still keeping quality top of mind. So it's really important. I think the biggest thing that I've seen with the pandemic is just the need for that communication to be there in making sure those test automation engineers are involved in the agile ceremonies. They're understanding the product vision and it's not just kind of a goal that you're reaching towards the end of a sprint or even the next sprint. So
That's right. Jyoti.
Yeah, something I'll add on top of what others have already mentioned is test automation really helped us scale our testing because obviously there was a shortage of resources. We wanted to scale faster, respond to the market faster, and that's where automation really shined. Is that it really helped us scale our test suites faster, in a more data-driven way, and we were able to reuse the same scripts over and over again for different use cases.
Got it. So I'll refer to one data point. I was going through a Gartner report. So it says that between 2021 and 2026, the test automation is going to grow by almost like 15%. It's a very small number, but again, it's still a significant number. However, if you look at the companies who are using old legacy technology, which is either a mainframe or a I series or something which is there, the test automation percentage that was quoted out there was only 7%. So I'm just trying to figure out in scenarios where the team is working with a combination of the digital platforms and a legacy platform, and where we have a need to do the end-to-end testing. How are you coping with that kind of stuff? Jeff, I'll start with you because I know that there's a way that we are dealing in Staples. So let's start with you on that.
Yeah, for us, it has been a bit of a slow build, to achieve a level of automated testing on our legacy side. We've put a lot of focus on trying to get our test data management right for a lot of our back-end testing, and it has yielded a lot of productivity in the team's ability to move through those tests a lot quicker. So I think that was the end of the spectrum that we began with there. So, but it is a challenge for sure.
Got it. Anyone else who's dealing with a legacy and a combination of a legacy with a new digital platform? Anybody? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'll add something. So we support a combination of legacy applications that have been there for like 20, 30 years and also new set of applications. So what has really helped us in taking the test automation forward and providing that end-to-end coverage for legacy applications is the new set of tools, and which Mukund initially covered, like some of the AI-powered tools that we're using. They really low-code, no-code scripts. They really helped us, provide that coverage and really fast coverage for those legacy applications.
Wow, thank you. And that's yeah. Please go ahead, Priyanka.
So I would like to add. Yeah, I would
Okay,
like
go
to
ahead.
add one thing here.
Yep.
Yeah. So, see, when it comes to the legacy applications, okay, there is a lot of data transportations from the one layer to another layer, okay, and it requires a source versus destination. It's not a purely a data migration, but it can be a proxy data migration has to be tested. Like the mainframe application is pulling data and pushing it into the maybe your database. Now, for that, the migration testing, the manually, this is very, very difficult. But now with the AI model and the tools like a query, sir, you can do the source versus destination validation very quickly.
Okay.
So legacy application also has lot scope to automate. Okay, and there could be the handwritten scripts as well. You can write a Perl script, you can write a Perl script, and do the validation. So that is one of my experience I would share.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Mukund. Thank you. Johanna, Johanna, you're saying something. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think on top of test automation specific to legacy applications is you often have legacy testing methodologies happening too. So while the team is trying to convert and do data migrations and convert the technology from an engineering standpoint, you're also converting the way that you test these applications, which often includes the test automation piece, the test planning, agile testing ways, that sort of thing. So it's kind of you often see it as kind of a group thing where it's not just focused on one area. It's almost the whole thing being migrated.
Got it. Thank you. And since you brought up this topic on technology in testing, I would want to touch upon this a little bit. So I believe we all spoke about the automation testing. We spoke about the AI ML component in the testing. We spoke about a lot of things out there. Have you seen some kind of, and Johanna, I'll start with you. Have you seen the trends change over a period of time to facilitate the automation? How has technology played a role in going ahead on the automation side of things?
Yeah, I mean, IT has been supporting the distributed workforce way before the pandemic. Large and small companies have had to get on board since the pandemic, which has changed quite a bit. But even still, I believe the needs and the ways of testing have adjusted a little bit. For example, instead of organizations having that large on-prem device library where someone can physically check out a device, I see a lot of companies have transitioned to cloud-based testing platforms. With testers at home, it's nearly impossible to have those multiple testing devices. So instead, having that cloud-based solution provides the large majority of those devices, and then maybe a tester has one or two physical devices if they need it at home. Another example is probably around communication. So with a distributed team, keeping intentional communication, especially for a tester, is important. Found that Slack and Teams has helped drive that consistent conversation within the team, but it has to be very intentional in making sure that the team isn't disconnected throughout the day.
Since you brought up the point of the device testing, a little bit on the, I believe anybody else who has dealt with device testing and in terms of any kind of physical device which had a problem, because some of the devices may not be able to be accessed from a remote location. So any other experiences that we have faced, and how we have seen it transitioning from a physical testing to like, for example, Johanna, you mentioned about the cloud-based application, cloud-based testing tools and all those things. So anybody else on that side?
Mine's a bit of a different spin on that. I guess you're talking about devices, and when you say about devices, most people think mobile phones, but one of the products I support for Ingenious is computer telephony integration. So we actually tie your phone system to your sales system. So back when we were in the office, you could look at a tester's desk and he'd have 6-8 phones all plugged in on his desk, right? So for us, we've slowly moved away from actual hard phones to
soft phones.
People have a dozen soft phones on their machines.
Yes, great.
Right? We've had to make that transition. Is it the same as a customer? We have to hope, right?
No, absolutely. And Chris, since you brought up that point, I have seen organizations who were doing, like I would say, there were people who were doing the customer support and all those things through physical phones. They're moving to a soft phones, multiple phones on their devices, on their laptops, on their handsets, where they can pick up multiple calls on the same phone. I think that testing has taken a lot of that was pretty good success out there, to be very honest with you.
Yeah, and we're now moving more and more to web phones.
Web phones, okay.
As opposed to just a soft phone that still hits a PBX in the machine.
Absolutely. I remember one old scenario. I used to work for IKEA. I used to work for IKEA. And at that point, there was an IBM 4690, a point of sales, or I would say there was a device. And I'm talking about a long time back. An IBM 4690, there was no way that you can do a kind of a remote testing or something. But I think things have changed. So anybody who has dealt with point of sales testing or any other device testing recently, and how we have changed period of time, please.
Yeah, Samir, in retail, as you know, we have a lot of tests that we have to run around our payment devices and capturing payment. And a lot of the testing for us has to be done in a controlled environment in a lab. And what we were able to introduce as we had a transformational initiative underway was some robotics to facilitate the automation of the payment testing that normally you would require somebody to be in the lab dipping cards into the payment devices to simulate, paying for transactions. So we had a great degree of success in automating that, and it really was a pivotal change that we had made in our approach to testing.
Oh, that's awesome. This is good, really good. Coming because I think what we are looking at almost in every single scenario is the end customer experience that we are talking about, whether we are talking about the in-store retail experience, whether what Chris was mentioning about the customer experience from a phone or a web device point of view. I'm just trying to figure out when we are doing or approaching a test scenario or a test strategy, how are we keeping in mind of our customer-centric approach? Priyanka, I want to start with you if you have a few thoughts on that one, please.
Sure, Samir. I'm pretty sure everyone on this call can relate to that there is no success without strategies that are customer centric, as you also rightly said. And what it means for QA organizations that is the mindset is not how the product works, but more on the side of how the product is utilized and what environment that product is in now. So I want to quickly give an example to what we were talking about a few minutes back in terms of the simulations and also what we face being in the healthcare, that when we deployed some product in our hospital setting, the devices were not a problem because we were able to control the configurations and all. What we were not able to control were the network issues. So we had to figure out how to actually automate the network simulations rather than just simulating the devices. So we faced a different problem and we were able to do it with some of the industry tools. So be on the lookout that sometimes it's not just the devices, it can be the environment a device is going to be utilized. So and coming back to the overall customer centricity, right? Pre-pandemic, it was simpler. When I say simpler, not because it was pre-pandemic, but because we have actually figured it out and established the repeatable feedback channels and customer engagement platforms. We had built relationships like when we knew when, how, with whose permission we can go face to face with end users. And at the end of the day, what we got was what is most important and most utilized capability from an end user standpoint. And I know this is a fun part here because whenever we went face to face, we always became the help desk to fix their printer and laptops because all IT is help desk, right? I'm pretty sure many can relate. So as we went into now, which is the pandemic and the post-pandemic season, many opportunities came in front of us because no more face-to-face interactions. Our Outlook calendars became crazy. And I believe Jyoti also mentioned some time back the shortage of the staff, which resulted in less time availability to get the customer feel, to get to know them better. And apart from the operational aspects, we tend to forget that customer choices are changing in many domains. And I'm pretty sure Jeffrey can relate to the example is like, especially in retail, like who knew that post-pandemic curbside parking area will be the most used and going to be most in demand? I never thought that, but see where we are. So, knowing the state we are in, I believe there are still many ways to achieve a good chunk of what we were accomplishing pre pandemic. I'm going to give some examples here, just like we have some tools where we can get the usage data or the surveys or even asking the right questions. I know survey sounds a little bit cliche. Majority of the organization have those. I am really not sure why QA team does not pay much attention to them. I would highly recommend or suggest that try to stay connected with the teams who are doing the same and get the feedback. And coming to so our techie folks will definitely relate to this one. We have certain monitoring tools which can be deployed in production, of course, after getting all the right approvals like Dynatrace and many other industry options we have, who can actually give you the dashboards of the workflows and the capabilities which are utilized. So you can get the trending information for all type of testing like manual performance automation. And even like we were talking about the legacy applications, right? Utilizing these monitoring tools data in defining the automation and performance scope for legacy, it's very beneficial because you actually can see the trending of what is important to the users. And lastly, and really important fact is like just introduce some informal demos, ask very specific questions because people really don't have time. And I think some of the folks were talking about managing your test data. Get some of the permutations combinations, of course,
Right.
after data masking in lower environments. So to summarize, we really have to relearn the way on how to connect with our end user and accept the fact that if we cannot do the face-to-face, we still have many platforms and channels available. It's just we have to open our mindset and utilize the same, just like we were targeting pre-pandemic. Over to you,
Thank you.
Samir.
No, thank you very much. That's a very insightful thoughts. anyone else who would like to kind of add to? I know she covered a lot, but anyone who wants to add to the customer centricity on the from a testing point of view about that?
I
Yeah,
think
I just
prior
want.
to the, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, I think prior to the pandemic, the industry that I was in relied on a lot of engagement with customers to understand how they were using our products. And Priyanka kind of touched on it, but with the tools that are on the market now, you can actually, especially with online flows, you can watch someone go through your application and see where they're clicking, see where they're getting confused, where they're getting frustrated and abandoning the cart. So it's really cool to be able to peer into those different flows and get the information that way, especially during the pandemic when we couldn't rely on all the face-to-face communications that we had with some of our customers.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good point. Yeah. Thank you, Johanna. Jyoti, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was basically saying the similar thing that you can use product analytics tool like Amplitude that really monitor the user journeys and find out like which are the high traffic areas on your application, and then focus on those areas in your testing. There's also like opportunity to find even simple information like which browser combination, which device combination is used most by your users. So data like that is, really available with product analytics tool that Priyanka and Joanna mentioned. So yes, as long as we are focusing on the right set of scenarios, real scenarios, as close to the real end user experience, I think the testing can continue to provide value.
Thank you, Jyoti. Jyoti, since everyone, oh, sorry, Jeff, Jeff, sorry, you were saying something. I'll come to the other point actually later on. Please go ahead.
I was just going to add, for some applications, at least in the retail domain, we have multiple end user groups, right? So we have our end customers that we serve and we aim to create a great experience for. But we also have our associates, particularly in our stores, that utilize a lot of the applications that we create. So, before the pandemic, we used to frequent visits to the stores. We would talk with folks that are actually using the applications and really try to pull that feedback in to improve what it is that we do, or, what features they're looking for, or how to make things a little easier, or where things may be a little bit troubled and we need to put some extra focus on. With the pandemic, it required us to work a little bit harder to collect that feedback, and we would rely on other means and mechanisms of doing so, whether it's, choose to pilot things more, be more active, engaging, and soliciting commentary. We actually built a very, fit for purpose app to allow our field community to submit feedback on things that they're seeing or using in the app. So it opened up some new pathways of communication that I think will be persistent even long beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. So I heard a couple of things. In fact, two or three things from the group. There were one, obviously, where there is a change in the direction of the strategy after, because pre-pandemic and the post-pandemic. That's one. There has been a significant reliance on the tools and technologies it was there, but it's been significantly enhanced. That's the second thing that I have heard from you. So I want to kind of touch upon this topic, and I'll probably open the floor to everybody, but I'll start with Jyoti. So Jyoti, a question to you: how do you think the overall technology and tools landscape has changed from a testing perspective over the last 2 or 3 or 4 years, actually?
Right. Thanks for the question, Samir. So COVID-19 has largely been a disaster for the world, very unfortunate event, and it has affected a lot of our teams, our organizations in many serious ways. But there's one silver lining in this very, very dark cloud, and that's that the pandemic has really pushed a lot of businesses to go digital. So even pre-pandemic, organizations were working on digital transformations, but pandemic really pushed them hard to get their products online, to get their services digitalized. And that really led to a very high demand for both software development and software testing. And the focus on customer experience and as a result on software testing has never is more than ever before. So if you look at pre-pandemic market value of software testing market, it was around like $13 billion in US. And last year data is around $40 billion. And it is expected to grow up to $70 billion by the end of 2030. So the speed with which software testing market is growing is unprecedented, and rightly so, with all the focus on a high quality customer experience. And of course, given that there's such a high market for it, there are a lot of new innovations, new tools, new technologies in software testing that's coming along, and that's changing how our strategy overall is changing as well.
So, Jyoti, I'll add a couple of more points on that. So, organization more and more moving to agile DevOps. So that's one area. I think that is also pushing in terms of the technology adoption in the overall testing landscape. Second is obviously, as we mentioned, on the pandemic, we have been working more remotely. So earlier, if the team is working in a agile setup, they will be sitting in a room across a table, and they will be actually all the kind of developers and testers and all those engineers, I would say, they'll be sitting in a common place and doing all those kind of stuff together. In with the change scenario, agile, and all those things, Chris, I have a question pertaining to you. How do you think things have changed, and how is the technology getting adopted on those fronts as well?
Yeah, the biggest thing, like you said, is we're not all in the same room.
Yeah.
So you can't read people's body language. You can't tell who's happy, who's unhappy, who has something they'd love to say and can't or won't. So I think we're missing out on some of that collaboration we used to have. For me, the biggest thing I miss is a whiteboard. I miss standing in front of a whiteboard with an eraser in one hand and a marker in the other, with 4 or 5 of us in the room, and everybody has their own, and just hammering out a design, right? That is the biggest thing I think me and my team have lost, is that interaction. I mean, you can only get so much from a screen, and you can only get so much from an electronic whiteboard.
Correct.
Right? It's that human interaction that we seem to have missed out on. Teams, Slack, all these things help. And video chats, making sure the cameras are on so people can see you, help a lot. But for us, it's a little harder to get those collaborative moments.
Yeah.
Right? Those eureka moments are a little farther and few between.
And just add to you, Chris, on the point that on the whiteboarding. So typically what our experience pre-pandemic was that, okay, we used to do a lot of whiteboarding and identify scenarios, okay, maybe using a various tools like a mind map, or we can do a decision tree, and that gives a very collaborative approach. So during the pandemic, that phase is missing. And so there is a need for a collaboration tool. Okay, so obviously your video chats and then the other communication device that can give you an experience of a test designing. So most of the things that the industry has been hit, that are we doing the collaborative test designing, and that is the biggest challenge. So that is something what we faced amongst our team.
Got it. Thank you, Mukund. So and team, I was referring to my notes one more time. And also there is 1 or 2 questions that are there on the. I'll bring those questions once I actually share something. So, as per Gartner, I think the next big focus that's coming on testing is going to be the device testing, whether it is an IoT devices. The IoT devices are going to go up. So the number of devices that's going to go to by 2015. Or not 2015, 2018, it will reach to 21.5 billion devices. And with the kind of proliferation of the IoT devices, I believe the testing is going to be actually a little bit focused on that as well. That's one thing. So I'll bring about the question that I see in the board. The question is, we have seen growing trends with our customers who are experimenting, adopting various emerging technologies. Example, AR, VR, blockchain, metaverse, NFTs, and IoTs. I actually mentioned about that, and exploring new services with the partners. What's your approach of QA, keeping plethora of innovation that will come in the next few years? I don't know. I don't know. This was not marked to anybody, but Jeff, I would like to go with you because that's one of the big things in retail right now that's happening, if I may say so.
Yeah, and I think just drawing from some experiences that we've had, it was very new to us to introduce robotics for our payment testing of our point of sale. And one of the things that I think you just have to consider is you can't necessarily jump in, both feet all in on something that you don't know much about. So what you want to do is, get a manageable scale proof of concept in flight as early as you can to show where you can create value, how it all hangs together, and then you can expand that and grow that. And if you have truly good technology partners to work with in the solutions that you're looking at, they will be very invested in making sure that that proof of concept is a success. And it had led to great things for us. So we were able to prove much faster than what we thought based on our outside knowledge of what we thought that complexity looked like. And it really was a difference maker for us. So I would recommend that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Also, I believe in terms of tools, I think I have also heard some of those things. I'm just touching upon the various tools and technology that we are using for testing. I heard something about robotic process automation. I heard a little bit, Jeff, that's different than the robotics that he used for the carpet. But RPA, I heard about RPA. I heard many people talk about the AI ML based testing tools. So anyone who want to talk about or who have started using or who have already put something around strategy in those directions, please.
So Samir, I can definitely add to the RPA stuff. So the way that whole thing started, of course, we have like an artificial intelligence center of excellence in our organization, and we actually were trying to do our homework, as I say, to be ready before we go and ask them how we can provide the QA services to that COE. So what led to it was introducing in our automation COE is the RPA UI part tool. That is definitely a tool which is, of course, I'm not going to do the marketing of that tool, but that tool is really very easy to use. Of course, set up, you have to get in touch with your operations lane. But the way we actually created the strategy for the implementation is not just directly going into, hey, let's just implement this tool. What we did, we actually connected with our user community and also the people who were using the RPA for business workflow automation, because we wanted to understand how and what mindset they are using in terms of creating the valuable features. And we adapted a similar approach in our QA practices so that we speak the same language. And we are able to speak the same language now, and we are only automating using the RPA tool set, things which are really, really needed for a business to function. So because these are some of the tools which are, of course, they say very code friendly, anyone can automate, right? So in those type of tools, you don't want to have an elaborate coverage. You want to have the coverage which is very value based, not the volume based. So that's the strategy we kept in mind. Prep yourself, connect with the people who are already utilizing it and how they are doing it, and then introduce that in your QA cycle. Don't just jump directly.
Absolutely. Good point. And I think I was thinking about those things, and I just wrote down some things. I believe from an AI-based testing, I think what we have seen is the test case, test script, test data, all those things are getting automated. We are also seeing smart analytics as part of, I would say, the AI-based testing approach, and a visualization of all our defects. Basically, it's a just different way of looking at it. Instead of going each and everything, the visualization of defects is something that I have seen. So I think that's what I have also observed, and we have dealt with our customers on the AI-based testing as well. Mukund, you wanted to add something? I know you were eager.
Yeah. So no, and Samir, that put us me into the some of the other questions. Like, see,
Right.
we as a leader, okay, we always need to be in given path for our teams, right? So I would like to ask to Jeff that, okay, during the pandemic, means all of us know that, okay, we got an extra time because now we need not to go to office, no need to prepare for it, travel time, everything is in saved, and then we have some extra hours in our hand for learning. So I just would like to know your experience that, okay, what are the things that you learn over a period, and what you make your team to learn during this pandemic phase?
Well, talking about the extra hours, I can tell you that you give them more freely when they're right away available to give. So from the time you wake up until the time you're ready to lay your head on the pillow, there are many things that you have an opportunity to move forward, and you want to move them forward. It's just too easy. So that needs to be managed. We want to make sure that our team is always our greatest asset. We want to make sure that everybody's in a good mindset. We're not overburdening anyone, and we're not trying, when the pandemic hit, obviously it reprioritized a lot of things for a lot of businesses. And sometimes focus has changed, and team members ended up taking on a lot more to do and responsibilities and trying to keep it, critical initiatives moving forward. So that really needed to be managed very closely. I think the other thing that really, if I were to summarize it in a shorter statement, would be a biggest lesson learned around the value of being ready so you don't lose critical time getting ready, and how much time we actually lose when we miss those opportunities to really get ahead of things, whether it's starting your automation journey or moving in a direction to move further up the curve of what you can do with automation or in any business opportunity. We really need to make sure that we allocate some of that extra time that we have, because we don't have to spend it commuting to the office and doing other things, in thoughtful planning and strategizing about where we aren't taking advantage of our full opportunities.
Yeah, thanks. So, so our experience, I will share that with everyone, is that when it comes to when the pandemic hit and after the first wave, okay, we gathered together and came up with a calculation that, okay, average time to reach to the office in the morning and evening comes out to be 30 minutes. So why can't we make use of this 30 minutes in building some assets? So most of the other assets has came out of that extra time. So that is, and then if you look at the board also, the many people are asking the questions that my auto means everybody would like to have a senior folks to test or write the manual or identify the scenarios. Okay, but they are already trained on the automation, but they don't want to go into the manual testing. Now you must have experienced this kind of situation. So my question is to Stacy that, okay, have you come across a situation where your team is resistant into doing manual testing because they are an automation engineer?
So yeah, they do more manual testing than they or I would like, but the resistance hasn't been. The resistance has surprised me because, I'm saying, hey, let's move to automation. Let's start planning our automation framework while development is happening. Let's get developers to nail down those endpoints so that we can start building stuff. Like I'm really pushing for that. And the pushback that I'm getting from my team is, Stacey, we don't have time for that. And I'm like, but I'm encouraging you to do this. Like I'm encouraging you to push back and say, we want to do automation. So I think right now there's still sort of a comfort level with manual testing that I haven't been able to break past that empowerment boundary. I did find it interesting what you were saying about looking at the commute times. First things first, my commute time was 45 minutes one way. So you're like 30 minutes total. I'm like, oh, that sounds brilliant. That sounds amazing. But we have had, I work with some people who are from Eastern Europe who have a very high work drive. And I have had to tell them like, hey, stop working at 5. Like, and just let me test this real quick, Stace. No, you're done. You've been working since 8. I know that your work drive is very strong, but I want to keep your work-life balance good. And I want you to like working for me. So it's been sort of a split of, if you could push back and do some automation, you would be done by 5 and you wouldn't have that thing hanging over you for the next day.
Yeah. Thank you. So one of the experience that what we have seen, and maybe my question is to Jyoti, that hey Jyoti, your company has adopted an automation maybe into early cycle, but over a period, have you come across that okay, you feel that okay, your automation is redundant and you need to rewrite, and then also would like to do the code refactoring? Okay, have you reached to that situation that okay, the automation has reached to the peak, and then now it's a time to change the tool?
Yes, we have experienced that. So, like few years ago when we started automation, it was mainly high. It required a lot of programming knowledge, and obviously with our QA team, we didn't have like highly skilled developer experience, right? So obviously that led to some of the redundant code, or not all best practices were implemented, so we iterated over it over a period of time. But then we came across better tools. Obviously there has been more innovation in the software testing market, and with the newer tools that we are using, the time to create the automated test scripts is really less. And that barrier to entry for a lot of QA folks that used to be earlier, that, okay, you need to have some programming knowledge in order to script, that barrier was gone. And with that, we were able to really scale our test suite faster. We were able to author a lot more scripts faster. And also with the recent tools that we have in the market, no code, scriptless, low code tools, it has become really easy. The learning curve is really small. So now we have, obviously with the set of new tools, we have moved our automation test suites to the newer platforms, and that has definitely saved us a lot of time, a lot of effort, and then low maintenance as well.
Yeah, true, very true. And even the similar experience with us as well, like when it comes to the refactoring of code, okay, we it's very important to take a build versus buy decision. Okay, sometimes we feel that okay, the license tools are costlier, but when you do the calculation, that you come to know that hey, it's very easy to go for a license tool over a build tool. But obviously, when it comes to the product testing, okay, product testing is ever evolving. So, John, I have a question for you. That how about means what is in your experience when it comes to the product testing, and as the product is evolving, even during you're not meeting in the office and then everyone is virtual, but the product is evolving, the business analyst or the your product owner are adding new feature, how your tester is up to speed during this cycle of the evaluation of a product and they are not meeting in person?
Yeah, so I mean, I touched on it briefly, and it keeps coming up here. You know, communication is the important part. Not being in the office and being able to kind of hear what people are saying, you know, from a body language standpoint, seeing the drawings on the wall, whatever it is, that definitely adds to it. And to be a great tester, you have to understand the product vision and how that forms your testing. Agile stand-ups are great, but sometimes it's not enough to get that connection. So tools like Slack and Teams, they've definitely added a boost to remain connected even while at home. But when the software testing disconnects from the earlier stages of the software development lifecycle, the releases get slower and the product vision gets more diluted. So being intentional on staying abreast of that. In addition to that, I believe automated testing has transformed the way that we test. The needs of the consumer changed during the pandemic when the people were stuck at home and the internet was playing a very vital role in our sanity. You know, there were higher demands on performance and automated functional testing. So having those mundane, repeatable testing tasks automated for us has been allowing the team more time to assess the software from like an exploratory testing mindset. And this allows us to really hone in on what that product vision is and the personas created by the team. So taking the approach of the personas and using the software like the real customers would be using it has really driven a better outcome from a product standpoint. So those are kind of the things that I see for testers to remain engaged on the product side.
Yeah,
Joanna,
that
I
was
have
exactly the point. Yeah. Go
no,
ahead,
I'm
sir.
just trying to. I'm just trying to. So there is a question that is there in the Q&A panel. board, which says that maybe related to the same, but how do you see QA folks contributing to the observability initiatives for the system? Is there a venue in which QA can contribute? This is from Anjana Das. So I thought that this is maybe a little bit related to what you mentioned, that you have seen things changing, but is there a way that QA team is able to contribute in the overall game of things, actually?
Absolutely. One of the biggest things that I teach and preach is your QA testers should be in the very first discussions with the product team. Just like everybody else says, it should definitely be an approach that the team has together, including the automation engineers. If you don't have that approach, then you're not going to get a product that represents the needs of the customer. So I'll keep it short and sweet, but that's it.
That's awesome. No, that's very good. Thank you. Anjana, I hope this answered your question to an extent. Sorry, Mukund, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So thanks, Jonah. Priyanka, you were mentioning about RPA tools, right? Okay, RPA, you used it for testing purpose. So how do you think that, okay, how they are cost effective as compared to the another descriptive programming tool? Because if I know that, okay, all the tools into the RPA space, they have a different purpose, right? Okay, you create a bot and the bot can do the certain the business process work, but you make them to test, right? So how it is cost effective, that is one. And then can you share your experience that, okay, how the heterogeneous applications that has been undergone through the your RPA, is it been helpful to you as compared to the any other descriptive programming softwares?
So, Mukund, sure. Whenever you can ask someone to do your job, it's always beneficial, right? So, when we talk about the RPA, the bots and all, see, the most important thing in those ones is like those tools are much more useful when you have to increase the velocity to a really good degree, right? And that's where you see the ROI pretty soon. So when we talk about the ROI and the value adds of any tool, just like the second part of your question, right? Like it takes some time because you have done a lot of investment to see the value. There is a time frame you have to follow, but these type of tools, since your testers are engaged in using the tools to provide the coverage they may be providing doing the manual work, is pretty quick to see. You can see the coverage increase, you can see the velocity increase. Most importantly, the way I usually call it, you are providing the feedback to the developers and the architects pretty early and even at a chunk approach. You're not waiting till the last minute. Okay, we are in the regression cycle, code is stable, let me just do some automation and then I'm going to provide the feedback. You are able to go hand in hand with the technical team. So that's where the ROI is majority of the time, other than the dollars and the hours. But there is a quantitative and the qualitative, right? So RPA does give both.
Great. Yeah. So now I would like to move to Chris, and then Chris, you have undergone through the many of the application development, or especially creating various frameworks. Okay. So when it comes to the purely automation, okay, what is in your automation first strategy?
I've been involved in a couple of projects where they came in with, we're going to automate first. I'm a firm believer you really can't automate what hasn't been tested. And not a word of a lie, the first project that we attempted was a new mobile app. And I swear we rewrote those tests at least 50 times because they were constantly changing the design, the UI, the flow, you name it. So when someone says, oh, we want to automate first, if you're ever successful, then please reach out to me because I would love to see how you pulled it off. I think we can get closer and closer. We have our automation developers sit in. If there's a new feature coming, they sit in. For us, we've even driven, anybody who's done automation knows that UI locators are the bane of your existence. Development loves to change those. But we've actually driven that into the requirements that if there's any new UI, locators have to actually be put in for the automation team. So that makes it a little bit quicker for us. And if it's a good solid locator, then we can automate it and they can do whatever they want with their page, as long as they don't change those. So to automate things first, I've like I said, I've yet to find that overly successful. As anybody also knows, regression, automation, 99% of what we do is unloading regression off manual testers so that they can free up and do what they do best, which is, that exploratory testing. We find more bugs in exploratory testing than we will ever find in regression.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
So we need to free them up to do that. And that's why if I'm up front trying to automate new stuff that's constantly changing, I think we're just spinning our wheels a little bit. But I'd love to hear from anybody else who's even remotely come close to it.
So, Mukund, if I may add some examples. So, Chris, what you said is absolutely correct. That's the life we live in, right? On a daily basis, being part of the QA organizations. The way we have adapted shift left in automation is just change the way we look at automation, right? Usually, from a traditional standpoint, we are looking at automated the UI workflows, but what we are moving towards it, you have those chunks, like even the APIs are built, right? You can still automate the logic of those ones. There are some migration projects, which I am pretty sure people are dealing with the new technical stack, Amazon and Google's coming into picture. You can automate not by the automation tool, even by creating the macros, right? For the data count comparisons or looking at the table structure comparison. So when we look at the automation shift left strategy, what I would suggest is don't just look at the traditional ways or using the traditional tools or the tools available. Just like Mukundi also mentioned, the build versus buy comparison, right? That is where you can bring the knowledge and the expertise into the picture, where you can look at chunks, not just the entire solution. So that's how we have brought it to shift left.
Right. See, and just in addition to that is, see, functional testing is important. Means we all do the functional testing, and then a lot of business workflows, the heterogeneous testing, even that at the level of the database testing. It's very important for any application release, because most of the defects, it gets leaked to the production based on the non-functional testing, which is unsaid requirement. Okay, maybe it could be your security testing or a performance testing, or it can be on your accessibility, vulnerability, which has a legal compliance. So just to start with you, Priyanka, have you experienced that? Okay, the trends out of performance testing has changed over a period, because the cloud migration has taken out the all this page not available kind of defects. Okay, that has gone because you can spawn the machines and it, but still there are performance challenges. So have you experienced that, and would like to share your experience on the performance testing?
Sure, Mukund, especially from a performance standpoint, right? Like not everybody understands the NFRs or the SLAs, right? Non-functional requirements, like why are they different? Why do we need them? So the very first thing definitely is the education. And the second most important thing is how you actually align your performance roadmap, your performance testing strategy with the technical teams we have. Like we have architecture boards, or we have architecture lanes, we have development lanes. They're always coming up with some proof of concepts and all that. Be a part of those ones. That will build the trust and the relationship bridge, that they know and we know what they are talking about. And then you can start bringing up that, of course, you were a part of the initial discussions, initial POCs, but you can also provide valuable contributions or services by doing the performance testing. There are quite a few other challenges, like creating the environments and all that. That is where the way you design the performance scope is going to be very beneficial. That sometimes, and be the first one to raise your hand, my environment is not 100% as compared to production, and that is why I'm going to look at a 90th percentile or 10% of the load, and based on 50% of the load, that is the numbers, or that is the coverage I'm providing you. So have those type of discussions up front, so that they are able to relate, and they are not they means your technical teams and your performance customers are not just concentrating on, we don't have an environment. It doesn't sound like production type, but you can still accomplish them, and then talk about the NFRs and the SLAs needed to map those coverage with.
Yeah, and means I just second you on that. Like The education for the NFR is most important, especially when it comes to the management decision that, hey, what kind of performance required, and the definition of defect is not been, see, in a typical functional testing, you know what do you mean by defective when it's not meet to the expectation. But in performance, you have to define and get it sign off. 1 second can be slower to you and it can be faster to me, right? So the definition of defect is very important. And similarly, there are another NFR, like, okay, the accessibility testing in many of the applications that, okay, the accessibility is not been taken care. Now this question is to the everyone in this forum, that uh, have you gone through the accessibility testing, and what is in your experience? Okay, have you, is there any legal compliance that has been required for your product? So because every country has a different accessibility norms, okay, but there are certain norms that is WCAG has published. So maybe start with Chris, your experience on the accessibility, and then we can take it to the others also who would like to contribute.
I have to be honest, I haven't had much experience in that. Most of my stuff has been automation. We have tried to automate some of it, tabbing between things, getting things to read out using like, what was it, Dragon Naturally Speaking, things of that nature. We've tried to automate some of that. But other than that, I have to be honest, I don't have much experience with accessibility testing.
Mukund, but in my previous experience, came across accessibility testing, and what I figured out was there is a like heavy manual testing being done for accessibility. So if I just look at the entire set, almost like 25 to 30% of the test cases are automated, and that's a very base part of it, because that's where you don't need the specific accessibility test cases. But almost like 75 or maybe 70 to 75% of the test cases are to be done manually. That's what my observation is. But if anybody else has a different thought process, opinion, and have they come across different ways of doing accessibility testing, please feel free to kind of chime in, please.
I think that for me, even if you just take like the top 10 accessibility issues and either try to automate them or throw them in a manual testing from an exploratory standpoint, it's very simple. And there's obvious reasons why accessibility is important in a digital marketplace, but even more so during the pandemic when a lot of folks were reliant on digital marketplaces to get things that they need, like basic needs. Being able to go to Amazon and select products and have them delivered to your house during a pandemic is really important. So I think some companies prioritize accessibility testing. I had an experience once where I drove a lot of accessibility testing and brought the results back to the product team, and they were like, "Not very important. We'll put it in the backlog." So having an organization buy-in is important. It just can't be a testing function. It has to be, going back to the product. It has to be built in from the beginning.
Just want to add to that.
Yeah, please go ahead, Jyoti. I think, I want to get perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to add to that there are a lot of automated accessibility testing tools in the market that would exactly test for the compliance that Mukund mentioned, and then also give suggestions on what can be improved, like where the developers can really improve. So they will generate an automated report that will show whether you are compliant or not, as well as it will give suggestions on what can be changed on the script that would allow it to comply with the WCAG compliance.
Okay, that's good.
Correct. Yeah. And one of that, okay, let me share my experience that, okay, what we are working, if you, when we show that landscape, one of the accelerator that is still in underway of development, the accelerator what we are developing is that can we create a parasite code which can work along within your existing automation script, okay, that will capture the DOM object, okay, give it to a tool and get the accessibility report out of it. So you did not to develop a separate script for an automation. Your existing script can be used. It capture the DOM and then it will do as a value added service to the existing automation script. Now we are using like Wave or the Google Lighthouse kind of tool where you can capture this data automatically. And now once this kind of a plugin accelerators develop, okay, you can create an accelerator for your security testing, accessibility, and a lot more that. Okay, so one of the thought process is there right now, means it's not it's there into the industry also, like how you can get more out of your existing automation script, and these accelerators can help. So one of our POC has been successful in doing that. Okay, the 508 compliance that actually we could able to capture for the public sites. So yeah, obviously means there are a lot many things to do into the automation, right? Okay, there is an ocean kind of an opportunity into the automation area. So maybe over to you, Samir. That
Yeah, absolutely. So
we I think
thank you for.
will have
So since you mentioned that there is an ocean of things to do in the automation, I want to actually ask what next for the testing side. What is there next in store for us in the testing arena? And I'm talking about assuming that we are going to actually continue and enhance our digital journey. So what's next now? Jeff, I think you shared a very interesting view about the robotics. I did not know about that, but again, I'm going to start. What are you thinking about next thing? Then I'll open the floor for everybody. Actually,
So for us, areas of interest, definitely we want to expand and deepen our use of robotics for our testing. We've had great success so far, and we've got a very broad reach in our payment test cases. So we feel like we still have some untapped potential there.
okay,
We definitely would also like to begin exploring AI-driven testing in a proof of concept sort of way, so that we can, we're always going to have directed tests that we're going to have to do. Most regression suites are directed. You know what you have to test, and things that have been discovered before, we don't need to discover again.
Yeah.
But, a lot of the compliance type testing that we have, the card brands expect certain test cases to be run. Those are just told to you what to test. We need to do those. But there is a lot left in terms of what pathways haven't we explored through the application, and if we can tap into that through AI, that would be of interest for us.
thank you, Jeff. So on the AI side, Johanna, you have something, I believe.
I was just going to add on a couple of things. One area that I'm really hoping gets fleshed out a bit more, and there's some good tools around, is machine learning, specifically in the realm of self-healing automation. I think that would be huge if the tools could meet the expectations there. And then the other thing that I continuously hear pop up is around chaos testing. I think chaos engineering is kind of big in a lot of spaces, especially during the pandemic when a lot of people were, hitting all these websites and a lot of things were happening. So those are the two areas that I'm really wanting to help grow and focus on.
Absolutely. I think chaos testing, I've heard about that as well. And I also heard one more term. I'm not sure whether the team has heard about that. I'm just trying to resilience testing, wherein people are introducing like failure. They're introducing failures into the system. So
Right.
that's, again, I've heard about that. I've not done testing myself, but that's heard about that probably one term where that I'm just letting you know. But
Yeah.
Priyanka, what about you? What is next for you in testing?
Um, I want to echo what Jeffrey also said. Like, it's an ever-changing world we are living in, and I think the most important thing, at least for me, with the team I have and the work we do and the services we provide, is make sure that whatever we have started based on the technical roadmap from an organization standpoint, we are mapping to that, and we are putting a lot of structure to it. We are building the knowledge bank, because I just don't want to have, everything out there is a very shiny star, right? Like, you Google and you get so many tools out there. The most important message I send to my team and to myself also repeatedly, because I don't want to Google too much, is try to show the value if it makes sense for the path you have started with. Otherwise, you're always going to be in the exploratory mode and won't be able to show the return on investment. And automation, even manual, is at a very high investment level. We tend to forget that. So that is where my mind is right now, at least for end of the year. who knows, January next year, what will pop up, but that's what it is.
Absolutely. Jyoti, what's next for you for TreviPay in the testing?
Right. So we've been using AI-powered tools, couple of tools for the last 2-3 years. And what I would say is that we started with like just having one program, one team getting on the tool. And today we have so we started with 2 teams and now we have 28 teams and applications on our AI-based platform. So it was a slow process, but we wanted to make sure that, what we're doing is the right thing for us and that makes sense for our business and aligns with what we're trying to achieve at TreviPay. So in terms of benefits and where we want to continue to focus is there are 2 main areas. So one is automated visual testing. So we use an AI-powered augmented tool for automated visual testing that replicates human eye. So basically, it helps us validate the look and feel of the application and helps us find visual regressions, which earlier we were either missing because even for human eye, those little regressions are difficult to find, or obviously manually it wasn't really possible. So that's one area we continue to build on that and increase our test coverage, visual test coverage. And the second part is really end-to-end UI testing. So we use another AI-powered tool called Testim. And right now we have thousands of test scripts running on it across our 28 teams. And what I really like is that, the process of authoring the test scripts, it has decreased by more than 50% for us compared to the earlier tools, Selenium-based, more program-based tools that we were using. So that was a big, value addition for us and our teams and moving forward and really scaling the test coverage. And the second part is the self-healing part. So we used to spend a lot of time in maintaining our scripts. And as you would know that, of course, in an agile environment, your application UIs and locators always changing. So that's where, the tool has really helped us save a lot of time. And it's really getting more mature. So initially, we obviously had a more skeptical approach to AI. Not every shiny object is obviously going to shine. So we had a cautious optimism about AI-based augmented tools. But slowly, we've seen the maturity, and the more you run the scripts on it, the more mature your algorithms get. And we have been able to get a huge value out of it. So we'll continue to build on top of that and get it aligned more with our business processes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Chris, I would still want to hear your views as well.
Yeah, for me in my world right now, much like Jyoti, teams are slowly coming on board. I've started with 1, now I have 8, all using our automation. So continuing to roll out to them and more teams as they come on board. But for me and my core team, besides maintaining all our customers, is to start looking at, we can't forget performance and security. So we want to start automating a little bit more of our security testing. Because right now it falls to our manual folks that do their little magic, and we'd like to take that off their plate. And because it's something that they have to do every release. So yeah, we're going to be looking at that in the coming, in the near future. That's our plan, is to start looking at security and then performance as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Chris, I'll come to that one. But before, I want to, Stacy, if you have some views on what's next for you in testing.
All kinds of fun stuff. We have some end-to-end testing that I want to get closer to the code. We have some CI testing that I want to make a lot more robust. I've been working with our DevOps team, to Chris's point, to build out some of our performance testing and our security testing. I don't want my SDETs to be worried about that sort of thing. I want that to be owned by somebody else that can have a bigger impact than we can. So definitely working on that. And where we are in our automation journey is we're to the point where we just need to grow more. So I'm starting to set really tangible goals of, either the coverage increases by this amount, or, hey, this thing doesn't have any coverage, now it does. Even if it's, skeleton, framework, happy path, at least now it has coverage. So we're to the point where just growing in robustness would be a huge lift for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Stacy? How do you measure coverage?
See, that's
What do
why I
you
was
use? What is your metrics to measure? I know, and I get that asked. I get asked a lot too. How much coverage do we have in application A? And I struggle
We
to
have
come
this
up with a
much.
number. Exactly. I had this much today, and I had that much yesterday. Yeah, I'm just curious as to what other people use or how they measure that.
We are we're a Ruby shop, so we have a lot of our spec work going and all the different specs. So I do keep account of literally how many specs we have, and then within those specs, how many do's we have. And so that gives me sort of somewhere to start. And then we're building out Salesforce, in each area of Salesforce. I'm kind of watching it individually. So we have, sales where all of our customers come in. We have customer service where, hey, we want to change something with our deposit. And then we're debt settlement. So we have a whole settlement side of things. So I do look at each one of those areas and just look at sort of how many specs we have running. And again, how many dues we have running. I also, from a really technical perspective, I can look at all the pull requests that come in and see the lines that are changed, the lines that are added, the lines that are deleted. And that's not the most accurate measure, but it does give me something to sort of talk about when people are wanting something quantifiable.
Yeah.
So
Mukund, you have something? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. To answer your question, how to measure. So typical that conventional tools are like you have requirement traceability metrics, okay, where you can have one requirement and write the test cases along that, and you can map it like, okay, every requirement should have a one or more test case, but that doesn't give you a complete coverage. So for example, you have 100 requirements and then you write 100 test case. Okay, as per the definition of requirement traceability matrix, you are 100% compliant, but that not gives you a complete coverage. Yeah. So what we do is like, okay, we use a mind map as a technique for ensuring the coverage. So each requirement has to be explored to the level that, okay, it has an all dependencies tapped to that mind map. Okay, and a pictorial representation of the entire workflow gives you and more confidence about the coverage. Okay, and that is an now the mind map tool is very much matured enough that, okay, you can link the nodes to each other till the last leaf you can go, and the last leaf is nothing but your test case. You can attach a test data, so that way the coverage is being guaranteed as much as you can. And the second technique what we use, which is a statistical one, is called a pairwise. Okay, maybe everyone of you are aware of the pairwise. So when there is an tons of testing that area where you have extra informations, or the like for an example, you have a drop downs and there are 5 drop downs and each drop down have a 6 to 7 elements. Okay, we multiply it and then there will be a huge number of the testing that to be covered. Now we run an algorithm of a PICT and come up with the optimum test cases that has been required can give you a 93% of coverage. That's what the algorithm is claiming. So these techniques we use it for the ensuring that, okay, we have an adequate and sufficient coverage.
Thanks, Mukund. So I believe, Chris, you mentioned two things, and I just noted it down. One is regarding the security, which is API security testing, and the second one you mentioned about the performance testing. I believe what I have seen as more and more companies are giving a lot of importance to the performance testing. So much so that we have seen a lot of consolidation or acquisition of the companies because they want to focus on performance testing. I'll give you one example. Tricentis acquired Neotis. I think that's one of the big things that happened, which actually more and more people are focusing on performance testing out there. So I echo that point. What I was about to talk about was again, I see a question. That's why I'm saying two things which I'll ask. We talk about, and especially on most of the, when you talk about the customer experience, we're talking about some alternate reality, or I would say immersive experiences out there. So have we seen some kind of testing which are focused on the emerging areas like immersive experience, AR, VR, and so and so? If you have been, if nobody has come across, I'm fine. I'll move to the next topic. But I just want to kind of still figure out if there are somebody who's working on those areas. No, it's okay. So that was one point that I was talking about, and I would say the last, or from my side, I would say the mobile automation. We were discussing about mobile automation. What I have, again, statistically, Mukund, correct me if I am wrong. The 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 automation in mobile testing is significantly less as compared to the regular testing, or the web app testing and all those things. And I believe when I looked at your presentation that you were talking about, you mentioned about two tools in your presentation, Coviton and Catalan. I think I saw those tools in your deck also. So Mukund, you want to kind of talk about a little bit about what is there in the mobile testing and how we are going to see automation there.
Right, and this is a very important topic because most of the applications are now mobile ready. Now there are challenges into the mobile testing. The first challenge is that, okay, how you can have a multiple devices testing. Okay, there are hundreds of combinations, screen sizes, the different OS, the iOS applications are different than the Android applications. Then even there are iOS different versions. So the combination of the setups are quite more like, unlike into your web application, you have a web server, and then you have a specific browsers, like whether you can go with the your Google, the Chrome or Firefox. Okay, there is a limited end user. Okay, but in mobile case, there are multiple end users, and then you have to take care of that. That is the challenge number one. The second challenge is mobile is that, okay, you need not to only to be test at the device level, but there is a bandwidth issues. There is the offline mode, online mode. Okay, the another combination, another set of problems that has been introduced into the mobile testing. Now to answer that, like, okay, how to get the mobile testing done. So one thing what we have adopted is that in during the pandemic phase, when you cannot hand over the devices to each other and then device lab is there into the office, we use the mobile cloud service. So browser stack or p cloudy. Okay, these are the services that we have leveraged. Okay, and over there we have all devices available. That is these are the real devices available on the cloud. Okay, and the tools what we have used, Catalan is the one of the best tool. However, in a descriptive programming level, APM is a tool that can provide. Means maybe the all panelists are well aware of it. That so we build a framework on that. Like, okay, whenever you have a device lab, okay, you can run the tests on all over the devices on the mobile cloud. That way we have solved the problem, but the same time there's some problems is still unsolved. Okay, and that is like, okay, how you will test a futuristic like, okay, the beta versions. Sometimes the beta version not that easily available, even for the application and even for the OS. Okay, and then when there is simple upgrade of one app, okay, at how much to test is an also a question. So these are the challenges still continue, and obviously along with me there are many people who are still trying to solve this problem. That, okay, because it's a too much testing,
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mukund. So I'll read out two questions which are there on the Q&A board. One is, maybe Priyanka, you may actually try attempting at it, regarding the device testing, how we can make it possible to do a remote testing of devices like a hearing aid machine or a Topaz devices or any other devices used in hospitals. So that's one question that I see from Archana Saxena. So anybody actually, for Priyanka, since you were closely associated with the medical subfield, that's why I kind of started with you, but it's open to everybody.
So we have not started sort of this type of a testing, but definitely the devices which are the actual devices, like the touchpads or the phones, those type of testings we have done. We
Okay.
actually, I was engaged some time back in doing the voice recognition or the
Okay.
voice knowing
Mhm.
testing, but that was mostly like you had those devices with you, not from a remote standpoint,
Got it. Got it.
but you actually tested those ones. But I have not gone into that
That's okay.
arena yet. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyone else who wants to, or who has come across? I think the closest one I saw, I think Priyanka mentioned, and then Jeff mentioned about the point of sales testing devices. But Archana, I think uh, not in this panel. I think we don't have much experience on this kind of devices. But we will probably kind of circle back to you once we get my team engaged and somewhere. We'll circle back to you. The last question that I see on the panel is from Harvinder, and he's asking, many corporations are focusing on ESG as a key focus area, the sustainability. Are you making any investments from a QA function to support the environment sustainability initiatives in the future? So he just want to hear our perspective in case if there is. And it's open to anybody. I'm sorry. So this is a generic question, so it's open to anybody.
Anyone would like to?
So, Harvinder, just to, I would say I will I had come across some of those scenarios in my I would say experiences, but I'm not sure whether this is going to be a right answer in this forum. So I will probably have a separate discussion with you on this one. Maybe we'll have a separate call, and I probably brainstorm some of because I think you have something specific in your mind, and we would like to understand, and probably we can have a discussion on this one. If that's okay with you? So guys, I think we are just 5 minutes away. So I really want, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Samir, just one thing. There was one question asked during my session regarding automation ROI.
Oh, yeah.
So if you
Absolutely,
can make use of this 3-4 minutes to explain the, I think. So for
in fact,
automation ROI,
Mukund, just one thing, because I believe there was one more question which is pertaining to that. Which is about how do you measure the testing? In the sense, the same thing that I was asked in your session. What's the right measure of a continuous testing? Because we are talking about continuous testing, in the agile mode. So what's the right measure of continuous testing? So I was just going through the Q&A. There's one question on that as well. So please, you can answer both of them.
Yeah. So first I will answer the automation ROI calculation. So for automation ROI calculation, we consider 3 parameters. So there are cost involved into the automation. To do the automation ROI calculation, you need that how much time you take for a manual testing, and what is the cost of your manual testing. Versus that if you developed an automation script, okay, there are development efforts, okay. For manual testing, you have a manual test case writing efforts, you have a manual test execution efforts. In automation, you have efforts for script development, and there are minuscule efforts for a script execution because most of the machine will take care of it. Now there is a dollar value attached to each of them, and maybe I'll very quickly share, so that will give a feeling that okay, which parameters we use. Can someone confirm that you can see the
Yes, we can.
my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah. So this is one of the live project that what we are calculating. Maybe I just put it as a project. So this side of the inputs that we put it for the automation, where you can have a hourly resource cost, you can have a cost of the resources for automation. Okay, then you can have a number of test scenarios that to be automate. So then you have a manual test execution. Okay, how much time it will take for a one test case to execute, how much average time to take for a development of a one test cases. Now with these all parameter, you can come to know that okay, here is the break point. Now if we start doing the investment, and here I'm saying that okay, I will only execute my regression suite once in a month, but if I just do in that way, my break even point comes out to be 1.5 year. So all the investment, you can see the red graph which is going high, that is in your automation investment, and your consistent graph is there for your manual. But over a period in 1.5 years, you will have a break even done, and then the gap between blue and red is in your savings. Okay. Now, if I change this from execution from once in a month to twice in a month, you can see a drastical change into this. So you can see your break even will come even into the 6 months, and the more and more execution you do. So to answer the question that Samir is that for a continuous testing, the more, so there are two ways of doing it. The first is that okay, whenever you have code check-in, okay, you can have an in-sprint automation to be done. Once you have in-sprint automation, so every sprint the new code is being added from the testing perspective, and tag it to the respective test, and then execute it immediately as and when you code check-in. Okay, and then same time, the more the tests you run, okay, more ROI you will get. That you
Thank
have
you.
seen into the graph.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank
So,
you. So, guys, just one. I know Nitin showed his face, so I think he's telling us to time to go. So, but coming back, so I'll just add 2 points. Actually, what I have learned is, uh, I think the quality is getting more and more as a factor. I think the quality and the speed, at the speed of delivering the end product is getting more and more important, and that's why the quality automatically becomes very important. So that's one thing which I got. What I came to know and what I've seen in the market is now testing is becoming a strategy for a competitive growth. Earliest testing was one of the, I would say, a cost center, but I think things have changed. The more we go into the digital aspects, the things have changed drastically. Now it is being used as a one of the key strategies for competitive growth. So I hope and we see more and more growth in the right areas from a testing strategy and testing execution standpoint. Mukund, if you can just add some closing notes, and then we can close this panel discussion. Mukund, you're on mute.
Mute.
Yeah, thanks, Samir. So just to conclude our conversation, it is really I see that okay, there is a lot of enthusiasm, there is a lot of innovation, and there is a lot of new ideas has came into this conversation. Obviously, that will give us an again we have to go to the whiteboard, Chris, and then do the mapping. That okay, I will go to my whiteboard and rearrange my priorities. Testing requires a lot important and even intelligent people to join this, right? That we are moving, we are marching towards an defect free world, especially into the software testing. And obviously pandemic has taught us lot many things which we will leverage for our future. So in case I think nobody would like to have that kind of situation, but now we are future ready. So thank you very much, guys. Thanks for joining and sharing your ideas and innovations ideas for us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We'll stay connected. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. I think it was a lovely panel discussion moderated by Mukund and Samir, and we had some exciting talks to be shared by Priyanka, Chris, Joanna, Jeffrey, Jyoti, and Stacy. Thanks a lot, guys, for your lovely comments, and stay connected with us in future as well. Now, moving on to our next presentation. We have 3 presentations left for the day, and very exciting ones. So now we have Dilhan Manavaru, who's Director of Software Quality Engineering and Development Platform from Cisco Corporation. His topic is accelerating digital transformation with automated test data and environment management. Over to you, Dilhan.
Thank you, Nitin. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Let me just get my screen up and running. And Nitin, I'm audible, right? Just wanted to
Yes, you are audible, Dilhan.
All right, awesome. Let me know once you see my screen as well.
Absolutely, sure.
All right, I think you should see my screen right now.
Yes.
It's coming up, and let me get it to presentation mode. Right?
Sure.
All right, okay. So I'm Dilhan Manwadu from Cisco Corporation. I'm based out of Houston, Texas right now. And thank you for the team for inviting me. When I kind of got this invitation, I kind of looked at some of these topics, and I think it's very timely topics and very important in the given time frame. So I picked up this area, accelerating like the digital transformation with automated test data and test environment management area. Why I kind of spoke this is something that we are kind of working on, and some of the concepts and ideas that I'm sharing are very kind of abstract based on Cisco's experience. But I just wanted to kind of bring this up for the audience based on the enterprise aspects of testing, as well as certain things for digital transformation. So if I kind of summarize the agenda, so I'll kind of quickly go through high level 2 to 3 minutes on Cisco and what we are doing today, a little bit of digital transformation. I mean, everybody's calling out digital transformation, but I just want to give you my perspective of it related to TDM and TM and QA. A little bit of TM again, very high level, but I just want to spend more time on this strategy, recommendations, benefits, so that at least at the end of the talk there is some kind of input that you can get from it and benefit, right, for your day-to-day work, right? Okay, so let's get started. So quickly about Cisco. Basically, we are like a food service company. We are the world's largest food service company. We have operations across the world. We have separate branding happening in the US for our broadline, our specialty companies, our Sigma or the specialty food restaurant based companies as well, and then international. So I'm guessing that anybody dined at a US based or worldwide restaurant would have definitely had our food service operation serve you. So happy to have most of you as some of our indirect customers. We have around 71,000 associates globally. We have around 7,500 sales consultants, 14,000 trucks going all over to deliver this food, and we are committed to electric trucks as we are moving into a more eco-friendly space. With the recent revenue release, we are at $68 billion annual sales, and we have over 700,000 customers. And we are across 90 countries and 350 locations. And just to kind of this data, I just want to kind of share the magnitude of the scale that we work in and when we support. And the unique part is that, all right, so what is this to do with the QA and test data aspect? So the reason why I want to kind of share is that we are in a recipe for growth. So basically, we are planning to grow 1.5 times higher than the market or industry rate. So with that, we are fueling a lot of the digital transformation work across these pillars. You can see digital, supply chain, future horizon products and solutions, as well we are doing the technology based foundations like enabling people and culture, operational excellence, data management, security and compliance. So we're doing all this, and test data, test environment is also part of improving our operational excellences, data management and aspects. So basically what we wanted to kind of share is like the experiences that we are having through this digital transformation on this, and that's why I kind of may pick this topic, and it resonates, since it resonates really well. So that's a very high level of Cisco. And if I kind of segue into test data and environment management, so basically let me kind of ask a high level question. I'm not intending to have the answers from you, but I mean, just think a little bit. Like I think if I ask you the question, did the pandemic accelerate the digital transformation? And I think most of you would say yes. And based on forgetting about the B2B aspects of what we do as a company, just think about our experience with ordering, delivering, and doing stuff online and all that. So in the last 2 years, I think my adoption on the mobile has gone high in terms of getting value done. Like I never go to the grocery store anymore. I just do things online, and I never want to do paper billing. I mean, I don't want to do that. Like everything is online. So basically, I feel, I mean, in my opinion and in Cisco's perspective as well, I think that the pandemic actually accelerated it. And I think pretty much you would kind of agree to me on that as well. And it was actually happening even before, but it just accelerated and blew it up, right? So what we see here is that the acceleration is now going into a different scale with the industry 4.0. So I think you may know what is Industry 4.0 is basically the cyber physical systems, right? The Internet of Things and networks. So everything connected, right? Like right now, the smart home is connected, right? So likewise, this is adding more data and complexity into this equation. So with this, what we gather is that data is the new oil, right? It's the new fuel. Like it's not the fuel that is that we've been used to in the Industry 3.0 or Industry 2.0, right? It's the new thing. And then so when it comes to data and analytics, leaders and professionals, I mean, they do great innovation and so many things with AI, machine learning, and all that today. But there is a deal that testing and QA professionals also need to do with test data and testing. So it's coming to that level. So that's a high level concept I wanted to kind of project. So that we kind of get this topic aligned in the context, right? And then why is this important? Complexity. Think about it, right? So large scale distributed systems. So everything from ordering to fulfillment and getting your product out, right? It's all about large scale distributed systems and the database systems. Like if you take an enterprise, the ability for for us to understand, we cannot have everything in one database. We have multiple database segmentations. And then think about the legacy applications, certain things we have in IBM, maybe in Oracle, maybe certain things which are not on the cloud, which are on-prem. So when you think about this complexity of moving these traditional organizations into the digital transformation world or the digital world, it takes a lot of additional effort, right? So these are complexities, and then they create a lot of challenges while creating opportunities for us to innovate and augment certain things. So in my view, in our observation of this, we have seen QA, right? The QA concept that we had slowly emerging into a different era, right? So I'm sharing a very level experience-based approach from an enterprise perspective. So if you look at, like, I think Mukund shared some of on his aspects, and I think Iran shared some concept as well. Like earlier, it was more about we never had a QA department, right? In the previous 80s, they were developer analyst programmers doing their testing, right? And then in the 90s, 2000, things like a central QA team got together, everybody tested, and then they released out. That never worked. We know about that, right? And then after DevOps emerged, people started to getting into embedded teams, like cross-functional teams, moving from QA to QE, where we didn't have a central team, but we had all the QAs in a full stack kind of approach. And then after that, once we did that, especially, when you talk about enterprises, the whole gameplay is different, because it's not like having a small product development team. But when you have these kind of areas, you can't just create tools and processes and all in a siloed manner. You need to have like a federated model where centrally there needs to be some kind of a tool practice team, an architecture team, and then you need to kind of help other teams to consume, and you need to do some level of governance to mature these tools and all. So that's what we saw in the enterprise QA, slowly moving with platforms while having the cross-functional teams doing their QA work. But now what we see now with the digital transformation is that you cannot stop there also, because once all these integrations and these products come together, there is an additional level of testing. So we cannot just delegate to the cross-functional team or the DevOps team to do it, because it will validate and certify their functionality. But think about the system integrated testing. Think about that end-to-end testing. Think about the digital assurance, where you take a order from the customer right away and deliver, fulfill, and then get the product back. So there are multiple, more than 30, 40, sometimes 100 integrations or systems might come into it. So that's what we see in today's context. the program-based testing coming in, and there is where the test data, test environment becomes very interesting and very challenging. So that's the core essence I just want to share, and some experience and some high-level thoughts of how enterprise or a company could, a QA team can kind of overcome some of this is mostly the main intent of my talk today. So I'll do a quick overview of TDM and TM. Again, this is from a source that I kind of gathered. So again, it's not a new concept. Like, it's not test data management, test environment. I think if you go back 10 years ago or 15 years ago, as a QA engineer, as a developer, I build my code and I put it to the environment. I maintained it, right? If you remember, like in the past, you used to get a build from the development team. We used to get it and we used to put it to our QA server, test it, and get things done. It was not a big concept. And the test data, you prepare something on a sheet, get the customer data or whatever, put it in Excel and, keep it. And these were very straightforward concepts when the applications was very simple, web or mobile-based application, which was not that distributed. But what has happened today is that with the acceleration of these IoT devices and, the data across multiple channels, like you have mobile, web, you have APIs, you have data streaming, you have event-driven programming like Kafka coming into play. Data is so massive that you can't just manage it on Excel, or you can't manage it in one server, right? So we have gone to the cloud as well. And then sometimes it's not only one cloud now, it can be multiple clouds, and it can be from Google to AWS to Azure to maybe on-prem aspect. So basically the need of test data and test environment has become another subject, right? Another profession itself. So what we see in terms of test data management is basically having that right set of data for your testing. It can be virtual, it can be synthetic data, it can be cloned from a production database, it can be mask, right? And it can be help to cover manual testing. Some kind of functional or some level of automated testing, and it can be available on any time, right? So that's what we think about test data. And when it's come to test environment, is basically production-like environments, right? It should have all the configurations, at least to some level of scale. It can be for performance, it can be for functional tests, it can be for end-to-end testing. And it should be kind of, I would say, like self-service. If a development team wants to quickly, provision something, it should have the ability. It should be able to clone, copy, do these things, and help parallel development test. So basically, test data, test environment management. Again, guys, it's a high-level concept. It's nothing rocket science, but given what I was sharing with the digital transformation, the context and all, it has come to a level that we need to kind of start thinking about it more, right? So basically, why is TDM is needed and why we need to kind of automate is now becoming challenging. Again, very high-level thoughts I just wanted to share. Like, obviously we need to eliminate those incidents coming from production, right? And improve the test coverage, right? Accelerating the development, and avoiding hard coding data for automation, because all these databases are there. We don't want to kind of hard code and do automation, because it become brittle. We can't wait for days, years, weeks to have test data refresh. We need to have test environment provision quickly. We can't wait for weeks for a legacy team to do a kind of like a migration or a test environment readiness. We can't we can't handle this complexity, so we need to start automating it. And we can't manage all these versions manually. We can't sometimes just support the legacy, so we need to start automating this. So that's a kind of a need that I feel that most enterprises, maybe today they are already on it, but I think if you are already not on this journey, and if you're sometimes focusing only on performance and test automation, I think you should start looking at this right now, because the more automation, the integration you do, the more complexity it is going to be with this overall concept. Because if you don't have that data and the environment to scale the automation, when you have over 30, 40 teams coming together to deliver a program level value out to business, then you might be struggling with all the automation and performance that you be. So that's the need of the buy. And few learnings and few recommendations is what I kind of want to kind of stress upon, kind of put the tips out to the audience, is that I think the main thing is, team, like if you are in a digital transformation and if you're a leader, if you're a QA leader, if you're a QA manager, or you're part of a testing team, I think you need to bring leadership into this conversation. I think it's very important that you focus on this, maybe get some external help, to be honest, like at least for a short-term period, maybe do some assessments and get that leadership help from the start, because this is about a funding conversation, right? It's very important that you do that, because if you don't do that and if you try to go with the traditional approach of doing things, it's going to be very, very challenging. Because at the end of the day, it's not about just testing, but it's about the overall value delivery to the business, the customer, and production, right? So if we are doing that digital transformation, take e-commerce or business to business kind of integration, it's not just one or two apps, right? It has to go with multiple applications in your landscape. So you'll have to modernize certain things. So if you're doing that, you need to kind of look at end-to-end flow, not just at a lower level. So that's one key advice recommendation, is getting leadership support, and it should be at the CIO level, at that level, right? It should not be at a kind of a director level. It should be at the CIO level, and it should be also kind of propagated to the finance and the business as at the CEO level, why this is needed, right? So that's the emphasis I'm kind of sharing, and what I have gone through as well, right? Understand the current landscape. I think the ecosystem you have, the databases, size of data, all that. Understand the delays you may have in test data management, test environment management. Sometimes we might think, oh, okay, just putting everything together, coordination, it's not a big deal, right? Like you might think, okay, why should I just waste my time on test environment? But just think about the integrations that are going to come if you're going to plan your releases. So that's important. And then one of the bigger items that I want to incorporate and kind of share is, I know Iran mentioned about DevOps and continuous testing as well. Think about the test pyramid, right? Like you need to think about how you are structuring your testing in terms of a test pyramid, because if you are trying to do more things on a functional UI, certain API levels, they are going to be challenging. So you need to, as if you're a leader in this space or a development team, I think it's very important that you shift left and get certain things done at the unit level, developer level, or even before, like at the Sona Cube level, where you can do code quality, do your, Vera code kind of security testing aspects done earlier in a static code analysis. So I think if you can push left, try to do that, but it may be not practical sometimes. It takes time. It has cultural elements. It has mindset change needed. So that's why you might need that testing aspect at a functional level or end-to-end level as well. So try to work on that, because if your test pyramid is, balanced, you might not need to do a lot of end-to-end test or API test, right? If that is the case, then you might not need to rely too much of test data. Because if you're having all your tests on a UI level, and then obviously you need your test data. And if you don't have the test data in right and the environment right, you're going to have get into the challenges, right? So keep that in mind as well. And then also try to take a use case and do one exercise first, right? Do maybe a test data reservation. So as example, like you can, maybe your testers are right now doing something in Excel, like reserving your data so that it doesn't corrupt. Maybe try to automate that. See if you can give a self-service portal for these developers so that they can do it in an easy way. So likewise, do one use case, try to do that rather than trying to do a big bang approach. Try and see if your environments can be virtualized, right? So if there is an opportunity, always try to think about a TDM, TEM tool aspect, right? See whether you need to buy or build, because there are so many out there. I think you should kind of start evaluating, leaders in this space. Best thing is, look at certain reports to understand who's playing in this market. And also main thing is, just a tool will not help your a solution. You need to understand your ecosystem, the context, and see what fits there, right? And also have the people process to kind of support that. End-to-end testing strategy, again, needed with this. When we go into a large-scale digital transformation, you cannot only rely at the product level. You need to tie certain things out. So you need to have that strategy in place. And also my biggest recommendation, the last one, but have that platform team to support on this TDM, TEM, and automation, performance, all that. Invest on that architecture team and get that support from others as well. Because if you do not do that, you will have challenges in the transformation. So basically, I mean, in terms of benefits, I mean, again, a very, very high level. I don't want to go into details, but from a project program point of view, the digital assurance, right? So think about all this data and everything coming together. If you don't have this support, we will not be able to digitally assure the digital transformation. So keep that in mind. Obviously, incidents, stability, if it's bad, nothing's going to be good, right? Testing outcomes, even you have automation, if you don't have this data EM aspect, you're going to suffer, right? And then a sustainable development, because it's an agile philosophy, right? Aspect. If you don't have this sustainable development happening, you will always kind of have issues. So that's from a more project point of view. From an enterprise point of view, I think the customer experience, right? When you have that, if your customers are having challenges with their data input and all that, environment stability, so nobody's going to kind of use your product, right? So that's important. So try to sell that to your CEO, your CIO, to your business, right? Give them this importance, because most of the time QAs are under evaluated, right? Like nobody really thinks, it's about just testing. But give these facts, because if you're in a digital transformation and if you're not investing on this, you're not going to be successful, right? So have that stakeholder confidence. It has to be there. IT, technology, they need to look good in this journey, right? So it will give that confidence and accelerate that technology delivery, because no point in having all the developers, like if we can't get this final thing out, right? And also it will help when you automate this TDM, it will help reduce your overall capital OPEX costs as well, because you might be having a lot of test environments which are not virtualized, maybe test data aspects which is not virtualized. So you can reduce that cost, have more elasticity when you have things in cloud, right? So that will be a investment for you, because you can cut some of the capex OPEX costs from your budgets and say, okay, we can reinvest that back in a tool or a resource. So think about that. Do a great assessment and see where your costs are today, so that you can maybe utilize those costs to put into new areas. And then additionally, improve capitalization. If you're in a large company, right, Fortune 100, 200 company, which is listed on the exchange, like these things can help you free up dollars. So these will kind of accelerate the overall. So it's not about only testing. It's a broader topic, right? That's why I kind of call it digital transformation and more from an enterprise perspective. So if these things are considered, it will really add a lot of benefits and value to the aspects. And obviously there are technical aspects going into nitty-gritty, which tool and all that. I will not definitely cover those here. Definitely it's another session. Mukund and team, Nitin, that definitely needs to be another workshop, I guess. But I hope this kind of gave a high-level view of TDM, TEM for an enterprise and the digital transformation. So I know we are almost on time, Nitin. So I'll just pause for any questions, and then we can take it from there.
Thank you, Dylan. Just waiting for any questions to be asked in the Q&A section. So, guys, if you have any questions, you can type it in the Q&A section, and we can get it answered by Dylan. Just wait for a few seconds.
Yeah.
In case you have any question, please
Sure.
feel free to write. Otherwise, you can also reach out to Dylan through LinkedIn, and he will be happy to help you out.
This is more of a complex topic sometimes, so we definitely.
So we'll just wait for a few seconds, Dylan, and then I think if no question is there, we'll continue with the.
I can hang around for a few minutes.
Yeah. But anyways, thanks a lot, Dylan, for your exciting stuff and giving a thought process to this event in terms of how digital transformation is getting accelerated with automated test data and environment management. So thanks a lot for that, Dylan.
Sure, Nitin. Always a pleasure. Yeah.
And love to stay connected with you in future as well. We'll speak at length.
Yeah, sure. I'll hang on for a few minutes, but definitely any questions, please reach out.
Sure. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you. So we are on time. So let's move on to our next presenter. Stacy is there. So Stacy, great. I can see you now. So anyways, he was there in panel as well. I'll let her introduce herself. Her topic is testing automation is more necessary in the remote world. Over to you, Stacy, for this.
Thank you. I have really enjoyed these talks. I've been very inspired. It's such intelligent people, such wonderful journeys. This has been really fun, and I'm glad that I got to be a part of it. We are going to go back just a little bit. We've been talking a lot today about sort of further down the automation journey than where I started. So I kind of am taking it a step back for why you should automate and how you should begin to automate, sort of looking at it from the perspective of a new team, a new feature, sort of bringing automation in from a perspective where they've been doing mostly manual testing, that sort of thing. So before I begin, my name is Stacy. I'm the director of QA with a fintech company called Beyond Finance. However, in a previous life, I was a teacher. And so I am very open to the idea of raising hands or jumping in and asking questions. So I will try to keep the Q&A column open, but if you are comfortable to hit unmute on the mic and just ask me a question outright, that's very comfortable with me because that's what freshmen in college do. Okay. So today we're going to talk about testing automation is more necessary in the remote world and how you can get that going. So in the pre-pandemic world, I think a lot of us were sort of in an office, or if we were remote, we had a lot more connection to the people that we were working with. And we were able to, connect with friends over lunch and maybe talk through a work problem. Of course, there was water cooler talk that everybody talked about, or jumping in a conference room. I know there were several times that I would walk by a conference room. The door would be open and one of my colleagues would be in there because the screen was bigger and he was trying to work through something. So then I was able to just sort of jump in and collaborate, and it was very impromptu. Unfortunately, the pandemic had a huge change on so many things about life in general, and the way we work has been altered in ways that impact us daily. A lot of us were in an office and went remote. But even if you are back in an office, I have seen so many changes in the way that the offices are, with masks required and filling out forms and doing temperatures and all that stuff. So even if you are back in an office, it's a very different environment than it used to be before the pandemic. So while I'm going to talk about remote work, I'm also sort of incorporating the differences that have happened in office work. So traditionally, we would have a quicker feedback loop. The feature would be developed, and you might have lunch and a quick conversation like, hey, listen, I just finished this. Can you do a code review for me real quick? The code review is done. It's moved over to QA. So run over, the QA gets it and has a real quick question. Let me just run over here to talk to Joseph and see if he can answer my question. And then in talking with Joseph, you find a bug. So you and Joseph and the team and the product manager all jump into a quick hack session. You find a couple more bugs, but as you are finding the bugs, the developer is able to fix them. And then lo and behold, it all passes and you merge it and you're good to go. I have seen this process happen in a matter of 2 hours. So we've got some brand new code and 2 hours later, it's fully tested and merged because of that personal contact and that impromptu and sort of more organic approach. Whereas now, whether you are in an office or working remote, there's a lot more wait time. So you have your feature development, you move it to code review and you wait because you didn't have that lunch opportunity. You move it to QA is unclear on something. And so we send a message to the developer and then we wait because there's a chance that the developer is out walking a dog or taking lunch or something like that. So finally, the answer comes back. QA finds a bug, documents the bug, sends the message, and again, waits. The bug is fixed, the message is sent back to QA, and it waits. And this is a situation where I have seen the QA has, okay, I'm waiting on this bug fix. I'm waiting to find out what happens, but I'm going to jump on this feature and test this feature real quick. And then the bug fix comes through, and you're like, well, I'm knee deep in this feature. I don't want to jump out just to deal with this. So I'm going to wrap this up real quick. And again, you wait. So finally it goes through, you find another bug, you wait. And this process I have seen take a day and a half, just because of all these waits that are built in. Now in technology, we all understand. Hey, the QA process takes a while. Hey, the development process takes a while. Oh, it's stuck in code review. Somebody, found some style difference that they're arguing over or something like that. But the people outside of technology, they don't care. They just know that they're not getting their stuff. So product managers have made promises that they're unable to fulfill. Stakeholders are wondering why they haven't gotten what they're promised. Users are anxious to try new features or have something work better than it did before. And then, of course, business, and they have their goals and their quarterlies and their KPIs, and they see technology as not moving fast enough to help them accomplish their goals. So there becomes this pressure from everybody outside of technology for technology to get their stuff done. So that's where we bring in automation. We have several different types of automation. We've talked a lot today about CI/CD automation that kicks off really close to the code. We've all worked with smoke tests, integration tests, and end-to-end tests. I have seen all of these function in completely different areas. All the smoke tests live over here. All the integration tests live over here. I have also seen the same test include tags for different times to run. So then you are able to have one test that runs smoke at this point and integration at this point and that sort of thing. And then, of course, an end-to-end test, which goes from step 1 to step 10 and make sure that everything works along the way and is incredibly valuable. Obviously, that's more regression testing, but it definitely has a place in automation. So then we start working with some of our tools. I think everybody is familiar with Jenkins and AWS. They're used as part of the pipeline, telling each other when to kick stuff off and when to move forward. And then there are third-party test builders such as Cypress and Cucumber. And I think a few people have mentioned working with these throughout the day today. So looking at all of that, getting an understanding of what all of that is, figuring out where all of that might fit in your automation journey. And if you do get to that previous list that we were looking at about how long everything takes, now you have your feature development, it moves to code review. You get your code review. As soon as you bump it into QA, the automation runs. A bug is found, the automation pings Slack. So now you're not just messaging one developer, you're messaging the whole channel. The bug is fixed, it goes to QA and goes through automation again. Now, at this point, we have found a bug and we have run the automation twice. QA has not had manual hands on it at all. So that feedback loop is sped up quite significantly. And then once you get that success message to Slack, depending on what your process is, depending on what the rules are, that change can be merged. And we will have, if the right tooling is in place and if the right confidence is in place, we can release something without manually testing it with this quicker feedback loop and still have a good deal of confidence in what we're putting out the door. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions pop up, so I'm assuming that nobody has anything yet. So if you are, say, starting a new team that doesn't have any automation and you do want to go down this journey because you do see the value in automation, there are a few things that you will need to consider. Obviously, you're going to need to decide on a tool. Is this going to be something that we hire very experienced and skilled SDETs and they are writing actual code? Or are we going to integrate a tool such as Cypress to help us with the automation? You always have to get buy-in, and it's usually pretty easy to get the QA to buy in. But then there's the team and the developers who say, well, this automation is going to slow down the process. No, well, here's the benefit. And I like the graph that was shown in the last presentation to show that automation costs this much and then it costs this much. That was very powerful, and I appreciated that quite a bit. You'll get pushback from PMs because, let's face facts, product managers just want to get stuff out the door. They don't care about the process at all. They just want to get it out the door. And if you're saying, hey, we might slow down a little bit for automation, they're going to push back. And then business and leadership, you definitely have to get your leaders to buy in because they're going to be the ones that are guiding the ship. And if they can help you to incorporate automation in that ship, you'll have a lot more support and ability to go in that direction. Now, along those lines, you need to empower your QA to push back against aggressive features and deadlines. We have all seen situations where a product manager comes, I'm actually dealing with it right now, I'm not going to lie. I've got a product manager that's saying, Stacy, I want this tested by noon. And I'm like, it's not even in development yet. Like, come on, friend. And so we are empowering our QAs to push back and say, you know, as soon as we are talking about this feature, you have a very aggressive deadline. You have not considered what I'm going to need to do to build the automation. Let's consider that in our grooming process. I do highly encourage you to include automation in your definition of done. This can be on a team level, this can be on an org level, but as important as it is for the developers to build unit tests, we need to be given the space and the support to build our automation tests and update them and keep them relevant. What we have been pushing for, and I think I mentioned this in the panel, is that the automation framework starts when dev begins. So we have our developer, Joseph. He says, hey, I'm picking up this card. It has been groomed. We have decided on endpoints. We fully understand the acceptance criteria. I'm going to start development now. I want the QA to say, okay, this test and this test are impacted. We need to change this endpoint. We need to change this XPath. We're going to start getting our framework done so that by the time development is done, the automation development is done as well. They turn it over to us. We hit the button, we get the feedback, and we're good to go. And here's where I run into some stumbles sometimes. The entire team should be able to read and understand the automation results. So I mentioned a minute ago that the automation may send a message to Slack, for example. It does not need to be extremely technical. It does not need to be way down in the weeds. It needs to be readable and understood by everybody, product managers, technical writers, scrum masters, anybody else that's on the team that may not be knee deep in the technology. They still need to understand what the result is. And so the way we're building our tests, I think I told y'all we're doing RSpec. And so all of the comments that will be output are readable and understandable. This step did not work because the amount of money was too high. Very clear, very understood, gives us an idea of where to look for problems. So after you have decided some of the high-end stuff, which tools to use, which approach to use, you've empowered your QA, you have gotten leadership buy-in, you have done all the things that you need to do. Now we need to get down into the weeds. So you want to have a very focused and specific plan. And these are some of the questions that I asked myself when I started implementing automation as part of our definition of done. You need to know which app you're going to test. What are we going to start it with? Where are we going to start? What are we going to focus on first? What has the most business value? What's the most shaky? What causes the most problems? You have to sort of decide which area to start in. So for us, we are automating tests against Salesforce. Salesforce is a beast. So answering that question alone meant a lot of technical implementation. Like I said, we are a Ruby shop. Salesforce is not written in Ruby. So we had to build an entirely different Jenkins pipeline, an entirely different repository for our automated tests to run against our Salesforce environment. So all of those questions had to be answered in that first question: which app will you test? Salesforce, and here's how. So what kind of automation are you going to build? We are using RSpec. We are going to build integration tests and one end-to-end test. That end-to-end test is quite ambitious because it takes on several different pages. It takes on several different third-party applications. There's a lot of math involved because we're in fintech. So that end-to-end test, we're only starting with one so that it is manageable. Okay, Stace, how many tests are you going to run? We're going to start off with 3. We're going to do 2 integration tests and that one end-to-end test. Well, which areas are you going to focus on? The highest business value is these 2 areas. So that's where we're going to go first. Okay, when will it run? Now, this was a fun question to answer because we were running it, kicking it off through a Jenkins job. And in Jenkins, you can tell it anytime, however often, any kind of cron job information can be input in Jenkins and it'll do it. So we decided every 4 hours so that we could not only see what happens during the business day, so we have a run at the beginning and a run at the end of the business day, but we also had runs at night. And I got a lot of pushback against this. Stacy, there's not anything changing at night. Stacy, this is a waste of resources. Literally nobody's even using the product at 2 o'clock in the morning. And after about 2 weeks, when we started finding DevOps problems, those tests running at 2 o'clock in the morning were suddenly very valuable. There was an interesting bug with the time change right around then. And had we not been running those tests at that point, we wouldn't have been able to find that bug. So there is value in running these tests, even when they are not, even when you're not in active development, even when the product isn't being used. So where will it run? We have a staging environment. So we have our local environments that we test on our local machines. Salesforce is wonderful enough that they gave us the ability to create a Salesforce environment that is located on this machine. And then we have our production environment, which our users use and QA doesn't even have credentials for. And then in the middle, we have our staging environment. Our SDLC is a release when ready approach. So 2 or 3 times a day, we will push to production. So that means our staging environment is very, very close, sometimes only 2 or 3 pull requests behind our production environment. So that seemed like a really good place to start running these tests since it is so close to production, but it also won't inhibit production. So how are you going to run it? Jenkins is going to kick it off with a scheduled job. This was a hard decision because, like I said earlier, you're only getting 2 runs during the business day. Well, Stace, there's like 15 pull requests getting pushed in. You're not going to know which one is causing the problem. You're right, but we've got to start somewhere. Since this, we have been able to kick off the suite with each pull request, which has been really interesting. We value small pull requests. Usually the threshold is 250 to 500 lines difference, so that if we see a problem, we just revert it real fast. It's a very quick turnaround time. And being able to run these tests with each pull request allows us that opportunity to pull it back without really causing too many problems. Okay, so Stacy, what are you going to test? We're starting off with Happy Path. I'm not worried about negative testing. I'm not worried about boundary testing. I'm not worried about any other performance testing. I'm not worried about anything. I want to make sure that the product does what it's supposed to do. And that's it. That's our very limited scope. That is where we're starting. Are we going to build it out later to include negative testing? Yes. It is fintech. Are you going to build it out to include boundary testing? Yes. Are you going to include, extremes of debt amounts that you're working with? Yes. But right now, we're just moving through and making sure that everything works the way it's supposed to be. All right. Is it going to be part of your CI or your CD? For now, we wanted to keep everything fast. We didn't want to slow development down, so we put it in CD and let all of the unit tests, do the work in the CI. And so far, that's been pretty good. I do eventually want to get it a lot closer to the code so the developers are seeing the tests run before they even send it to us. So when you have your high-level discussion of these are the tools we're going to use, we're getting leadership buy-in, here is the value of doing automation, here are your team agreements, and then you get a level lower and you have the answers, this very focused, very scope-driven approach, your QAs are going to be extremely empowered to start moving forward in this automated direction. And they're going to feel the support of leadership. They're going to feel the support of having a specific plan. And all of that will come together to really empower everybody to focus on this automation that will then lessen that feedback loop that will then help make working in this remote world a lot smoother and a lot easier. So I ran through a lot of things really fast. Would love to hear from y'all. Conversations, voices or messages would be fine, but what questions do y'all have?
Thank you, Stacey. Thank you, Stacey, for your lovely conversation and lovely presentation. We'll just wait for a few seconds in case any question is there for you, Stacey.
Okay.
But yeah, as you were in the panel discussion, so questions were asked. So there's a question for you, Stacey.
Okay.
Have you had to deal with shared build pipelines where multiple teams are invoking a certain shared CI/CD pipeline? If so, any tips to avoid contention or bottlenecks?
So that's an interesting question. And it's something that, again, while we were doing some of the panel we were working with earlier, we have tried to separate our apps to the point that they don't necessarily bottleneck and combine with each other. So our front-end app is obviously Salesforce, but our data app and our back-end app are very different locations. And so we can have somebody doing something from the back end and it won't affect the front end too much. The testing on that gets fun because you have to have your back end change before your front end change. And so sometimes front end will go faster than back end and that sort of thing. We have not had a problem with pure volume though. We've never had, say 6 or 7 pull requests trying to go through at the same time and clogging up our CI/CD pipeline. And I don't know what our threshold is, but I know that we haven't met it yet. So, knock on wood, if I ever do find out what that threshold is, I will let y'all know. But so far we haven't had a problem. I do hold the developers to a very high standard. We use Circle CI for our CI testing. And I've gone into each team and put the threshold at like 0.02% change. So that in and of itself also helps slow things down.
Sure, Stacey. Thanks a lot,
Does that
Stacey,
answer the
for your
question?
lovely feedback. Yeah, hope it answers the question from Nikhil. Yeah. And,
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Stacey, for your valuable feedback.
Absolutely. This was fun to prepare for. I did go through it a lot faster than my practice sessions, but I still had a lot of fun talking about it and sort of reminiscing on some of the things that we accomplished and some of the goals that we have moving forward.
Sure. You're on time, Stacey, so that time was not a concern. Time, it was okay, yeah.
Oh, score, air high five.
And thank you, Stacey, for your feedback. And we'll move on to our next presenter. Nikhil is there, who is the last presenter, and his topic is product engineering. So Nikhil is head of product engineering at Earnest. Thank you, Stacey. We'll stay connected. Over to you, Nikhil.
Thank you so much, Nitin. And I'm going to, first of all, share my screen. So let me know once you are able to see it.
Yes.
Here we go. All right.
Yes. Absolutely perfect, Nikhil.
Okay. Awesome. So first of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and chat with all of you great folks. I think it's been very informative and reassuring in some ways, because you always tend to wonder what other teams and other companies are doing with respect to testing and development. And that's always something that I look forward to whenever I get a chance to. I speak to others, and that is incredibly educational all the time. Coming to my talk, in today's talk, what I want to do is I want to make the case for redefining some of the typical product engineering roles that you come across in engineering. These are software engineering roles, quality engineering roles, and sort of take you through my journey in doing so with the teams that I've worked with. And before we move ahead, a quick introduction about myself. So I currently serve as the head of product engineering at Earnest. Earnest is in the fintech space, and our mission at Earnest is to make higher education affordable and accessible for everyone. And we are a team of about 300 plus employees with about 100 or so in engineering. And product engineering is a majority of this. We rely on AWS quite a bit and have an infrastructure team. There are centers of excellence around quality and security as well. A large portion of our team, however, is focused on product engineering, and that's the topic that I'm going to talk mostly about. Personally speaking, I have about 17 plus years of experience either writing code, testing code, or managing a set of people who are doing those things. And I worked on products like the Lending Club platform, I should say, GoToMeeting. These are some of the more well-known products that I worked on. And most recently, I'm at Earnest trying to build an ecosystem for students to use. So here's the agenda for today. So in today's talk, the idea is to present some potential pitfalls that you and all teams, I should say, might come across as far as modern product development practices are concerned, offer you with some practical, tactical suggestions that have worked well for us. These suggestions are purely based on my own personal experience and perspective, and I'm also going to mention some challenges that we faced along this journey, and even offer some suggestions on maybe how to overcome those challenges. But first, let me set some context and put some disclaimers in front of you. So, like I mentioned, I'm going to be talking about general software product development practices, and these, in my experience, have always applied to online software products. So these may apply to other types of product development like hardware products and so on, but know that I've mostly worked with software products, and that's what this topic is about. I'm going to be talking about practices that I have adopted and adapted for the teams that I've worked with. This talk is solely based on my experience and perspective, and it may not fully apply to you. This is more of a thought-provoking talk more than anything else. And hopefully this will give you a glimpse into my own product engineering journey over the last few years. Hopefully you will find something that's of value as I talk about my journey. So before we begin, what software development methodology do you currently use at work? And I've listed out some of the common ones that people are familiar with and use, including Scrum and Kanban. But if you can maybe quickly answer a poll that might be open in front of you, that would be a little helpful to me to understand the audience that I'm talking to right now. And let me quickly
So on the
switch.
right side, there's a polls option which anyone can click. There's a question: what software development methodology do you currently use? So there are 4 options. So you guys can select any one option and you can vote, submit your vote.
All right, and maybe let's give it another 15-20 seconds or so. Nitin, I'll wait for your cue to tell me the results.
Sure. At the moment, 67% is showing for Scrum, 33% showing from Kanban.
Awesome. So just as I suspected, Scrum, Kanban are what most people are familiar with. No different with this audience. Like I said, this was to understand who I'm talking with. And so whether you use Scrum, Kanban or any other similar framework, maybe it's a variation of Scrum or Kanban, here's what a typical software development lifecycle might look like. And this is what I've experienced over the years, that usually there is a first phase where people are generating new ideas for products and features that they want to build. That's usually followed by discovery, essentially a vetting of these ideas to make sure that they are viable and will add value to business, to customers that end up using those products as well. And that's usually followed by designing product features, both from a product and engineering perspective. In many cases, engineering may want to design some of the backend systems, for example, to meet the right kind of scale that is being projected. And then finally implementing the designs, testing, and then the last step usually is establishing learnings through various kinds of analytics. I think someone earlier had said Amplitude might be one of the good tools, but there are several out there, and usually you want to establish these learnings so that they are helpful in future iterations, right? So nothing groundbreaking here. Here's what most of you are probably already familiar with, right? And here are some potential pitfalls that I've personally encountered through the use of these software development methodologies, such as Scrum. Starting with the first one, I think one common pitfall usually is that there are these silos that emerge between product, engineering, and design teams typically. And by this, I mean that even though each of these teams might be operating well independently, maybe collectively they are not working optimally. Each team might be doing their own thing. The product team, for example, might be coming up with the right set of product ideas and requirements, but they are not fully aligned with the type of designs that need to be created, both from an engineering and design perspective. And there are many such permutations, combinations on how things could and have gone wrong in my experience. I think the root of the problem here is that the three groups listed out here may not have a common set of goals centered around the customer. Another common pitfall that I've come across is engineering is oftentimes not close enough to the customer. And I think some of this has come across through many of the chats that we've gone through earlier in this event, including the panel discussion, where engineering is maybe 1 degree of separation away from the customer. Maybe the product and design teams, who are often thinking about new ideas, getting familiar with the problem space, are reviewing feedback, are coming up with those great ideas, but not engineering. Engineering may be, like I said, 1 degree of separation away. And I think this is lost opportunity. I believe that engineers who develop and test several versions of a product over time do become familiar with the problem space. And so they are in a unique position to A, highlight where the low-hanging fruit might be in terms of the incremental improvements to be made, but B, they may have unique insight into what exactly those high-value opportunities are that are worth pursuing in the future. And I do believe that we have all seen glimpses of this at hackathons, where engineers all by themselves, without any product and design inputs, come up with great ideas, great innovative solutions for customers all the time. And finally, one other thing that I think we've heard a number of times today is that quality is often an afterthought. And by this, I mean that when engineers, both developers, testers, are only involved in the design and implementation phases of product development, I would argue that it is often too late to think about quality from all different angles. And by all angles, this includes unit tests, integration tests, end-to-end scenarios, effects on user experience, effects on how the overall experience is going to change and maybe deteriorates as a result of the changes that are being planned. And so you are left playing catch up in terms of producing a quality product. So let me take a pause here. These are some pitfalls that I've seen. What are some common pitfalls that you've seen in your own journey? And I've listed out the 3 pitfalls in the previous slides, but I'd love to hear from you. What are some common things that you think are not ideal in your own software development practice? And Nitin, if you can bring up the poll again, I think maybe we pause for 20 more seconds.
Yeah, the poll is live.
Awesome.
So 67% is showing quality is sometimes an afterthought. 33% product engineering and design operate in silos. So yeah, it will change as and when more words will be there.
Awesome. Thank you, Nitin. Yeah, I'm glad that some of these things are resonating with you. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip ahead real quick. Here's the path that we pursued to overcome these pitfalls at Earnest, right? And these are tactical suggestions. These are meant to be not prescriptive, but just to give you a glimpse into the journey that we've pursued so far. Starting with the product dev trio. So what do we mean by the product dev trio? We believe that great software and product development requires a seamless collaboration across product, design, and engineering teams, and we've attempted to bake this into everything that we do. As far as the team structure is concerned, we've designed each of our teams to have product, engineering, and design reps play a squad lead role. This puts product, eng, and design into an equal footing in our experience. This makes sure that the three functional reps are always involved in making all types of decisions, bringing in the expertise from their respective functions, but at the same time, being in the loop on everything. And for engineering, that means that you're not playing catch up. The team itself at Earnest is called a product engineering squad and consists of a tech lead, engineers, which are developers and testers, a product manager, and a lead designer typically. And these are 8 to 10-person teams. In case of disagreements, there is a clean escalation process that we've tried to establish. And essentially, like without going into too much detail, it's about bubbling up any sort of major disagreements that cannot be resolved at the team level up to the next level in the management hierarchy, so that you can come to a reasonable conclusion after weighing all the pros and cons. In terms of planning and execution, we've been planning quarterly. Goals are set at the squad level, and every quarter, typically in the post-pandemic world, we've met in person wherever possible with the entire squad. We've picked a few objectives or high-level outcomes, and then the related key results, which are essentially quantifiable indicators of progress. And these key results are used to track progress against the objectives. Sprint after sprint, we at Earnest have 2-week-long sprints, and every sprint we try to release features if possible. We try to push code as frequently as possible, usually behind feature flags, so that you could continue pushing features to production, go through the entire CI/CD process. This de-risks each and every release. The key idea here is that you are continuously pushing to production, testing each and every change as you go along. And in many cases, we also do canary releases where we introduce the new feature to a very small subset of users, make sure that things are working as expected, and then do a more wider rollout. CI/CD, much like Stacy talked about in the previous session, the idea here is to continuously deliver to production, and we use all different types of automation for this. We, for example, use unit integration and end-to-end testing automation, but also infrastructure automation through Terraform. Another thing that we believe in is templatizing everything possible. So as an example, we use a microservices template anytime we need to deploy new microservices. And that helps us speed up the development on anything new to production quite a bit. A lot of this essentially, in our experience, boiled down to redefining the product engineer role. And we've rebranded engineers on these product engineering squads to be called product engineers. So what exactly is a product engineer, right? So compared to traditional roles such as a software engineer or a quality engineer, who is actually part of these squads and is focused on building and testing product, a product engineer is someone who believes that their time is best utilized, understanding the needs of customers and then working to build the best solutions. So of course, each role has its own primary responsibility, but in addition, they also have this general responsibility to build solutions for customers. After all, that's what a good product engineer should be all about. Instead of focusing just on technical aspects, this role is equally concerned about user experience, technology infrastructure, and the own functional expertise that the role brings in. And by doing this, we've also decided to make engineers get involved with product discovery early in the process so that they can be part of the entire development lifecycle. This includes being able to provide expertise, cost estimates, define the scope, as well as deliver on the solutions with a high quality bar. And I think the core of this is that we believe that the product engineer is innovative and excited about each project at hand. They don't wait around for a set of requirements to be handed to them. Rather, they are a team of professionals that have a strong desire to solve problems for customers. A team of engineers are not just focused about shipping code, but also about the impact that the shipped code will have on customers and hence the business. So going back to one of the previous slides, what we believe is that we have product engineers participate in all activities across all phases of the software development lifecycle. Let them be part of brainstorming activities, discovery discussions, listening into support calls from your customers so that they know firsthand what customers suffer through in case of a subpar experience. Have them listen into customer interviews that are being conducted for research purposes. So again, they can listen in and get first-hand information rather than some summary in the form of a slide deck presented by a research team. Another key thing is have product engineers proactively look at product usage and analytics. I think there were a couple of questions asked earlier about whether someone should be a manual tester versus an automated tester. And I think that's the wrong perspective. The perspective needs to be that how can everyone on the team help solve the customer or the business problem at hand? And finally, I think retroactively also assess the impact the product engineer and the team is having on the intended customer and business outcomes. And I know Scrum, Kanban, and many other development frameworks and methodologies have this retroactively have this exercise to retroactively look at things. And so make sure you are also assessing your process and making sure that the right outcomes are being met. So just like any other journey, there are bound to be challenges, and I'm going to take you through some of the challenges at a high level. Challenge number one, as we were going through this journey in recent times, was that now, given the new product engineer role that we just saw, there is definitely a greater overlap in terms of overlap of the product engineer roles with the product and design roles in some ways. My suggestion to go past this challenge is to have a norming exercise with all members of the squad present, including the product manager, the lead designer, the tech lead, and all engineers. Clarify what exactly you intend to do on your engineering team if you want to go towards the product engineer route. Make sure that you are highlighting the activities that you want to participate in as an engineer. If you want to be on those support calls, for example, to listen into customer problems firsthand, or if you want to be part of brainstorming activities, there are very cool and creative ways like doing design sprints, which is one of these design techniques that I believe was pioneered by Google to discover new ideas and sort of formulate new ideas worth pursuing. Make sure you put your hand up and say that you want to be part of every single phase of software development. Challenge number two is hiring. In my experience, hiring great engineers has always been a challenge. Now, if you want to hire really good product engineers, which I think are a subset of good software engineers, then that narrows down the field a bit more, in my opinion. Also, not all engineers want to be product engineers. Some may want to focus on their respective functional aspects. For example, some folks may only want to be an automation engineer. Some folks may want to focus only on security. Some may want to focus only on DevOps. I think there is a space for such engineers, but make sure you are clear about designing the product engineering roles clearly, and be clear to the candidates that you talk to when hiring for these roles. I think that's a way to move past this challenge. And finally, a general challenge in my experience has been that change is hard. Like anytime you want to make a significant change, there is bound to be resistance. And this is probably a general enough problem My suggestion here is to treat every single change as an experiment. So if you want to take your software engineering roles and want to propose converting them to product engineering roles, my suggestion would be to pose this as an experiment, see how this works out for you in a time box manner, maybe try it out for 3 to 6 months at least, and then a promise to learn from what you find out. What worked for us may not work for you. So always treat every big change, big and significant change, as an experiment, and you'll see some of those resistances breaking down a bit. And if I were to revisit one of the slides that we looked at earlier, I personally believe that when product design and engineers get together and collaborate on a project, I think they can be a force of creativity, innovation, and empathy, which leads to teams building the best possible solutions for clients. And basically, you can do great things together as a team. Finally, I'll just quickly summarize by saying that we've looked at some potential pitfalls in my journey in software product development using some of the modern practices. We looked at some suggestions from me around planning and execution, team structure, how we've tried to redefine the product engineer role at Earnest, and some challenges we faced. I'll leave with you with this thought that treat everything major as an experiment, and maybe some of what you've seen in these slides will be helpful for your own journey as well. Thank you for your time. And finally, if you found this topic interesting and would like to talk to me about it a bit more, given the limited time here, I'm happy to connect with you on LinkedIn. Lastly, Earnest is still hiring for some key roles, and definitely check out our website if you are interested in what you heard about product engineering in this talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you for your lovely presentation. So as I can see, there is a question for you. Let me see if it is there. No. So I think there's no question at this point of time, Nikhil. And in case any question is there, obviously you have asked audience to get in touch with you, and they can connect with you on LinkedIn as well.
That sounds great. Thank you, Nitin.
Thank you, Nikhil, and love to stay connected with you in future as well. Have a lovely weekend ahead.
Likewise. Thank you, everyone.
Nikhil.
Bye.
Thank you, Nikhil.
So I'll just wrap it up, guys, so that who have joined late, they are in liaison with what we are trying to convey as a company AI Course Part. So just to wrap up, we would like to thank InfoVision, which is our knowledge and innovation partner, and Digit7, which is our technology partner. Digit7 also have a great innovation lab of 15,000 square feet in Richardson, Texas, and any one of you who are dropping by can always go to the office and have a look to feel that. To understand more in depth, connect with them, and to suggest any aspect, all of you can go through the website, which is infovision.com and digit7.io, and closely liaison with them. Also, we would like to thank our community partners, speakers, and attendees who came together for enriching knowledge through this forum. We had great set of speakers who came together to share thought. Just for your information, today's event was broadcasted in the YouTube and Facebook page of our company. So all of you can go and see the recording anytime in case you have missed anything. Please log on to our website and like the social media channels. We'll be sharing lots of knowledge sharing topics, details, announcement of next events, and much more, which will help you register and attend the same. There are lots more in store for subsequent months as well, with focus on banking, financial, insurance, telecom, retail, healthcare, supply chain, manufacturing, energy, utility, and so on. So request all of you to keep connected with us and enjoy the learning. Thanks, and do take care of yourself. Have a lovely day and weekend ahead, guys. Bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mukund. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Stacey. Thanks all of you who have joined as an audience as well. Take care, guys. Bye.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.